Committee. The day is Tuesday, November 30th, 2021. Drew, would you please call the roll?
Surely. Member Anderson.
Here.
Member Douglas.
Here.
Member Fisher.
Here.
Member Lawrence.
Here.
Member Lynch. Here. Member Osterline.
Here.
Member Zeitzowitz.
Here.
And Chair Markey. Okay, so just to be clear, the village has an electronic participation policy. You'll hear more about that in an upcoming meeting, but as Deputy Village Clerk, I received notices of electronic participation. Tonight, Member John DeRossier is going to participate virtually, so I have to go through some procedural steps, so bear with me for one moment. Chair Markey was copied on the email where John requested to participate electronically, and that was provided to the village clerk. And so what needs to happen is, now that a quorum of this body has been established and is physically present, that you can read, right, starting here to here.
A notice was received by a member of the board, Member DeRossier, in accordance with the village's electronic attendance policy, and Member DeRossier will be deemed authorized to attend the meeting electronically unless a motion objecting to the member's electronic attendance is made, seconded, and approved by 2/3 of the members of the board physically present at the meeting. If there's no such motion, then the request by Member DeRossier to attend the meeting electronically is deemed approved. Member DeRossier is deemed present for the meeting. Thank you.
All right. So that after following that declaration from you, Chair, then Mr. DeRossier is considered present, and he's on the call. So you have all members present. And you may
Keep going?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. At this point in the meeting, the chair and the committee allocate 15 minutes for those individuals who would like to address the committee on any matter not listed on the agenda. Each person addressing the committee is asked to limit their comments to a maximum of 5 minutes. Do we have anyone? It doesn't. We do. President Charlotte, thank you.
I need notes for that. So good evening, and I welcome you all on this board. I would like to personally thank you, so Brad, Rob, Debbie, Gary, Jeff, Ron, and Soledad for answering my call and for stepping up to volunteer to be part of this advisory board. Especially thank you for being present after a day at work. It is important. I would also like to thank Village Trustee Joy Markey for heading this advisory board. Joy and I share a keen interest in our local community, business community. By resurrecting this advisory board, we will be able to effectively hear the voice of our local business community. Joy will be your point of contact and fearless leader. Please be kind.
Thank you.
Paraphrasing past conversations, our Lake Bluff real estate is the foundation of our business to our business community, and our business community is the attraction bringing new residents to this community. To this, we recognize you as community leaders, and you now have a possibility to effectively advise on current topics, recognize new needs for our community, and help build what is a better Lake Bluff for tomorrow. And to this, I thank you.
Thank you. Drew, do we have anyone? We don't have anyone online, do we?
No, ma'am.
Okay, great. Okay, moving on. Agenda item number 3, the committee sets the order of the meeting. Would anyone like to change the order of the meeting this evening? Move anything forward? Or?
Excluding adjournment, of course.
Of course. Okay, good? All right, great. So the next point, we're going to start with committee orientation, number 4 on the agenda. And Drew has been so gracious as to put together a presentation that I believe he sent out to most of you about kind of the goals.
Not this particular one.
Not this one. The goals of this committee and what we hope to accomplish. And I think we're going to start with introductions of everyone on the committee so we all kind of know where we're coming from. And I'm going to let Drew take it away because He's good at that.
So this is actually the first of a couple of orientation sessions. This one is really dealing with the work of this committee and getting kind of breaking the ice, if you will. And then there'll be another you'll see another email from me, which will work to try to get everybody in the same room, probably virtually, to work with the village's attorney to do a quick, I say quick, 3 hours, 2.5 hours, where we go through a lot of the administrative and legal matters that you guys need to be aware of as you serve in this capacity as a village advisory board. And I won't get to any of that tonight, other than to say there's one thing that you should know moving forward until that point. As a village board advisory body member, you need to be aware of one of the laws that governs village officials is the Open Meetings Act. And I know Brad's familiar with it, and Deb and Rob and Joy, and maybe some of you. But one of the things is if the body is going to meet and if it's going to be a gathering of a majority of a quorum, and that's in this group, it's actually 3 members. If you have 3 members together, that is legally a meeting, and that we have, as a matter of law, have to post and advertise that meeting 48 hours in advance. So the long and short of that act, and what you should know is, don't sit and talk about village business with any more than one other member of this body. And generally, you should avoid that. But, you know, because this is a forum, it's a public forum, and the goal is to have conversations about village issues in a public forum. But just legally, don't have a meeting where Soledad, Ron, and Jeff get together and talk about the village's marketing program. I mean, that's an illegal meeting and be subject to penalties. So I tell you that now, and so you can be aware of that. So between now and then, the rest of these issues, you know, Freedom of Information Act, meeting procedures, ethics, and jurisdiction of the body. I mean, we'll get into that the next meeting, but just, that's coming. Again, tonight's really is focused on the work of this group. So tonight we'll go through introductions so we can get to learn a little bit about each other. And we'll review the BAC mission that the village board and President Charlot have put together for you all. Discuss the roles. Some of them are formal, some of them are informal. And talk about an action plan that President Charlot and Chair Marquis and I have worked through. And but I guess I want to say this first too, is this group is, I mean, the main reason we're here is to be, you know, this is open conduit to Village Hall. And that's why you're here, and that's why President Charlot and Trustee Marquis wanted you all here, and so that we can hear the good, the bad, and the ugly. And, you know, tell us, and you'll see some of that tonight. So, and then we'll talk about some of the next steps of what we think we want to go through again, but that's, the whole idea is this is conduit, so you can help shape that. So the first thing is, maybe I think we want to go around the room and talk about your name, your background, maybe how long you've been in town, what's your type of business. If you're on a desert island, what's one album you're going to bring with you? Can't be, you know what, the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's, and it can't be Zeppelin 1, Jeff, so. But the idea is, you know, learn a little bit about each other. And the question that I think the village always wants to hear is, what should we start doing today as a local government agency, and what do we need to stop? You know, what are we doing wrong? And if, you know, we want to hear those things, so. I don't know if you want to start with Brad and go alphabetically?
Sure.
Just an introduction, my name is Brad Anderson. I am a lifelong resident of Lake Bluff. I'm married with 3 grown children and 3 grandchildren now, and I have operated a real estate business in Lake Bluff for the last 30 years. It's been in our family for over 100 years. So I'm very, very committed to the village. I've served on the Plan Commission on a couple occasions in the past, and would love to see Lake Bluff continue to get better every day.
Desert album?
That's enough.
All right.
So, me?
Yes. Well, actually, John. John, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Your turn, John. I don't know if you can see the slides.
Yep. Everything looks great. I can see everything. Good evening to everybody. Sorry that I couldn't join you in person. I had something planned. before the committee was even created. So my name is John DeRosier. I own Innovazi, a restaurant that was the first place that we built back in 2009, which feels like 30 years ago. Since then, we've added on and built the other door, and we did a small thing with the bike shop called Bonk, and then JDR Wine and Beer. Those are the four small operations we have in town. I've been a lifelong chef since I was 15 years old, and Innovazi was the first restaurant that was my own, and we actually opened it with Brad and with Ron, and then with some of the other members in town. So we had a community focus from the very first time we opened the restaurant. So I care deeply about the success of Lake Bluff, and I think the village has made a lot of positive things in the time that we've been here. So hope to be a part of it to continue more stuff down the future. My desert album, I think Nirvana's Black album. That'd be one I like. I listened to a lot when I was a kid. That's it.
You're up, Rob.
Okay, my name's Rob Douglas. Been a resident here over 20 years. Have a blended family of 6 kids and 2 grandchildren now. I was on the park board for 10 years, which I absolutely thoroughly enjoyed until we had to deal with the golf course issue, and then it became something very different, but we managed through it. Yeah. It was not easy. A lot of emotions there. I'm also an architect, still practicing here locally. I was also involved with the renovation of the Village Market building in 2005, and then the Block 1 construction for the remaining part of the property, which was completed in December of '08, which was great timing, because that's when the sky was falling. But we weathered it. And it's been I really enjoyed being a part of all that, because it helped, at least from an architectural standpoint, complete the northern edge of the village green, creating this really nice space that is the center of the town. And of course, the Village Market being the oldest building in town, that was one that I really enjoyed doing. I did keep the photos that I had from the previous owner, and I thought it was, it would have been a great Halloween setup in that basement. But yeah, I'm obviously very vested into this whole, into the whole community and the well-being of the downtown, and I'm thrilled to have been a part of it, and want to continue being an active participant and helping this town continue to move forward. And it is exciting times. I think ever since, June of 2020, we did see a big demographic shift occurring in town here. There are more young families in this town right now than I've ever seen. I'm starting to feel like one of the old guys now, but
You are.
but I don't want to grow up. But it's an exciting time for the town and for this community that is so unique. So I'm glad to be a part of it here.
Hi, I'm Deb Fisher. I have lived here since I was in 8th grade. I'm a realtor now. Before that, I was in advertising and marketing and PR, mainly focusing on international tourism and marketing countries and a lot of things that hopefully apply here. And then I've been in real estate since about '93, locally, a little bit of commercial, more residential, everything new, new construction, old construction, et cetera. I've served a lot of roles in the community, both Lake Forest and Lake Bluff. I'm on the PCZBA right now. I've helped support the golf course. I've been on a bunch of different committees and everything. So I love the town. I love bringing as much vitality to it as possible. And I'm totally up for creative ideas that can sustain things that we just haven't even thought of yet and stuff. So I'm excited. Thank you.
My name is Gary Lawrence. Gary Lawrence. My brother and I, Jeff, are co-owners of Lawrence Interiors on Scranton and Lawrence property. We've had the building and the business since 1979. We're, Old Lake Bluffers now, one of the older businesses in town, and our building includes Bluffingtons and our new tenant Soledad. And, what can I say? I listen to the radio, I don't buy albums. As far as, what the village as a whole, what I often hear, having a retail store is people coming in and saying all the time, do you know what's going on with so-and-so? Or do you know what's going on with this? And I'm always like, well, why don't you talk to someone at the village or ask, and that goes from everything to what's going on out west, and something going on in the industrial park all the way to, the Stonebridge project or something like
Yeah.
that. And of course, a lot of that you see on Facebook. So I would say if we can answer those type of questions too for people, it would be very helpful to everyone. So.
My name is Jeff Lynch. I'm a local business owner, Lynch Construction. I have a payroll of carpenters. We survived 2008. Actually, I hired some guys. Recently, 15 years ago, I moved out to Libertyville because I found a pretty sweet spot. But for 28 years, I have been working in and around the village of Lake Bluff, trying to, keep it from looking new, for lack of a better description. So we're located in 176 and 41 is our shop and office. Desert Island album, there's a bunch. So I don't know, street survivors. Leonard Scared. What should the village be doing starting, today? I'm here to learn and then offer some suggestions and or opinions. So I'm hopeful that in an advisory board, things that you talk about actually get executed. As I've been on many boards and they spend 12 times a year, 3 hours at a time, and doesn't, to me, appear to have a whole bunch of noticeable growth. So I'm very hopeful that inspiration from everybody around here can put things into action.
Yeah, if I can just remind, if we please talk into the microphone, it doesn't actually provide amplification for our space, but it's for the meeting being recorded and produced, so, thank you.
My name is Ron Osterline, and I've been a resident off and on for the last, 54 years already. We moved here when I was in kindergarten. That gave my age away, didn't it? My parents actually had a dry cleaners in where other door is, so there's some history there all the way back, date back to the 60s. So we have a long history of business. I currently am the landlord over there, and also am a part owner in the bike shop at Lake Bluff Hub and Cycle. And yeah, I have two kids, 12 and 18, and I love Lake Bluff. It's a bubble. It's unique, it's amazing, and just want to keep it moving in the direction that it seems to be moving. Desert Island album, my most recent concert was Camp, so I'll use that one. By and by, we'll use that. And I think this is a great start to what the village could start doing today. It's a great idea, and I think, like you say, if some of these ideas can be implemented, that's even better. So, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Soledad Sitzowitz. I'm an interior designer, and I've been here since 2009. 30 years ago, 30 years, like, it feels like 30 years, like John said. I've been in Ron's place until today. And I'm now in the new space. Is bigger, and I keep I love to keep this place, to keep the office in this place because I love Lake Bluff. I love the community. I love I'm coming from Argentina. Then having this sense of community here is very important for me. I'm sure for Bridges or Mr. Charlotte, like I supposed to call you here. It feels in the same way, but I love all about this town. I had a great experience, and now I have a new partner, Kasia, that is starting with me, and I'm very happy to be here. And I always saw this room in internet, and I thought that it was darker. The interior designer is talking. No, but I think it's very important to have these kind of meetings many times. And Drew was putting me as an example, but he knows that I am the one that is talking to Ron about things that are happening in the town, and it's great to have this place to talk about all those little things. I love to be here, and I hope I can do something good for you.
Sure, you should go too. Yeah.
I'm Joy Markey. I'm currently a village trustee. I moved here in 2011. I have 3 kids, a sophomore up at Marquette in Milwaukee, a senior in high school, and a freshman in high school. My background's in marketing, new product development, and marketing research, so that's kind of what I practiced. For the last 10 years, I've been mostly doing volunteer work at the village. So I did, for 5 years, I worked on the Lake Bluff 4th of July committee, and I was in charge of doing the parade book. And most recently, I did work on the 125 committee and was in charge of fundraising and sponsorship with that group. So we love Lake Bluff. My family loves being here. We've definitely enjoyed our last 10 years, and we hope to be here for quite a while longer. I think my desert island, I might date myself a little bit here, but maybe Dire Straits, Brothers in Arms.
I thought you were going to say Hanson.
I'm excited that everyone's here. I appreciate that everyone came, took the time to be here.
Yeah.
So thank you.
All right. So, I won't bore you with my background. The village board has looked at this group, and the goal is to really try to steer the village in the right direction. And it's a charter that's far-reaching and inspiring and scary at the same time. But the how of that is to evaluate the economy of the village, and I think some of that's going to involve consultants from time to time. Identifying actions to promote the economic health of the business community. Those can be simple suggestions, or it can be more long-term studies. I mean, I think some of this will test your patience in terms of progress. I mean, you're going to get involved, and there's going to be something that, maybe as easily as flipping a switch. Other things will be glacial. I mean, I can tell you, I hear it from Joy from time to time. I won't say all the time because that's embarrassing, but the idea that there are projects and plans that have been on the shelf at this village going back far before I even got into local government that we're still working on. And some of this stuff is opportunities that present themselves, and timing is everything. The village this summer, working with the gift and kindness of the community, with the 125 committee, installed a brick area there in this garden in front of Village Hall. That was part of a 2007 plan. I mean, that's been sitting on the shelf, ready to go when the funding presented itself. Not sure why I lost our board there, but we'll keep going. The village did a plan with TESCA in 1998 that really shaped most of what Member Douglas did on Block 1. But some of these things take a long time, and others do not. Let me see, I wonder why we lost that.
projector go to sleep?
I don't know how it could. It had content. So bear with me there, we're having a technical difficulty. Let's try this again. Okay, hold on. Bear with me 1 minute. The main computer system just rebooted, so.
Usually we have Glenn here. He knows how to do all that.
Here we go. John, can you hear us? John? I think he saw us drop off. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Sound like a good thing? Yep, I think we're back live. Hold on.
That's good.
Oh, there he is.
Yep. Bill, can you hear me? Here we go. All right, back in action. John, are you there?
Yep, all good.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for that interruption, folks. I'll try to be quick so we can get through this and get to the meat of the agenda tonight. But so we talked about the different tasks that the BAC has been prescribed by the village board, and where's the best place to start? I think the answer to that is defining each other's roles. I mean, we've talked about this a little bit, but I think the expectations of the village board is that you guys will be critics to the village, you'll be cheerleaders, truth tellers, and ambassadors. Most of you, I mean, you guys have long served this community in one shape or another, and you're already doing these things, so I don't think it's going to be difficult to transition in a more formal way. So this meeting had to come together at this day just because of availability. It's very difficult to get everybody in the room at the same time. Right now, because of the governor's orders, gubernatorial orders, we are allowed to meet virtually still. That's something that the village board has identified as a great way to connect with residents. It's another great way for people to participate. So they're going to try to keep that going as long as we can to do that. But and we have certain procedures that allow for that. But we're going to have to find a schedule that works for us. I think we'll be able to do that pretty quickly. we're also going to talk about an economic development plan. Most of this is going to focus on, I'll say, the west side of town, but it will involve the central business district. And then we'll talk about a little bit what that may look like procedurally. So I think from a timing perspective, this group, what we've talked about is meeting monthly in the near term. And then as we evolve and as we projects or what depends on what we're working on, you can meet more frequently or less frequently, and maybe even as quarterly. You know, it just depends on needs, and we'll kind of ebb and flow with needs. So I'm going to send you some emails with a lot of background materials. It'll probably just be a link to a Dropbox with lots of documents. A lot of those documents will look very familiar to you, Brad. You've seen them over the years, and the same with you, Joy and Deb. You've seen strategic plans, comprehensive land use plans, other corridor studies, and so forth. But I want you guys to give a good foundation, so what we can do is come in and do the classic SWOT analysis of the community and kind of look at what are we doing right, what are we doing wrong, what are opportunities, losses, and go through that process. And so that'll be the homework. We won't start that tonight, but and then based off that information, we'll create a vision and goal setting and tactics and metrics and build a timeline. And to your point of, I hope we can find something that we can achieve and check about, hey, we did something, right? And so, and some of those things, I think we'll be able to put them into, you know, an order of what's something that we can do that's easy and can get done quickly, and what are things that are difficult and will take a lot of resources, and, you know, we can put those into the right cells and put together a plan. So that's the kind of the orientation. I'm sorry for being so clunky technology-wise. I don't know if there's any questions or comments so far.
One quick question, and I may have missed it, but is there a specified term limit for members of this committee?
No, great question. So this will get to the next meeting with jurisdiction when we get to the order of things. Technically, this is an ad hoc committee. Under the municipal code, the village president can set and establish ad hoc committees based on need. And typically those bodies will expire with the presidency. Sometimes they've been continued, like the village's Sustainability and Community Enhancement Committee is an ad hoc committee that's continued, despite it was established by a former village president. There are other committees, standing committees that are on the village's books, such as the Finance Committee. There's a Public Works Committee, but some of those have not, over time, village presidents and boards have not assigned persons to those positions and let them sit idle, either because they've chosen to do things a different way, or bodies like this are filling those gaps for advisement and so forth.
So it could be a life sentence.
You have been warned.
Possible.
You have been warned.
You could be here for a while.
Yeah. So, and Brad knows this because there's certain, like if you're going to be on the Plan Commission, there's a specified term of office. Most of them are usually 3 years, and people, you know, term in, term out, and look to continue their service or not. And some of them. So, I mean, this could be a short or very long venture. So we shall see. Any other questions? All right.
Okay. Next.
Village marketing.
Okay, so next item on the agenda is the village marketing plan. I hope everybody had a chance to look through it. It was with the packet. This plan was put together by an ad hoc marketing committee that came together. They kind of looked at the branding that was already in place, and then kind of came up with some more ideas on what to do with the branding and how to utilize it in a better fashion. Not a better fashion, just a more robust fashion. And this was the packet that you read that talks about residential housing and real estate, and using the marketing in that capacity was kind of what they put together. So I think what we'd like to do is sort of open it up for discussion. Hopefully everybody had a chance to look at it. And then the comments that we take from this group, we'd like to take back at some point to the marketing group, and then also to the village board. So at some point, we'd like to possibly hire a company. This is a request for proposal, what you actually read. We'd like to hire a company to move forward on some of these ideas. And so we just want to get your feedback at what we can do better, if you liked it, if you didn't like it, if you think we're moving in the right direction. So, do you have anything else you want to add to that?
No, and the
Okay.
timing, you know, when. You know,
Timing.
Yeah, and full disclosure, Deb was part of that group.
I was.
So she helped produce this document, so.
So we just like to open it up. We can very formally start here and everybody starts talking, or we can just sort of organically, people can just kind of share their comments as they would like. Want to start, Brad?
You know, I have mixed emotions about whether the marketing that we've done has been ultra effective or not, quite honestly. I think the proliferation of dogs in town may point to the signage, but I'm a bigger believer in if you build it, they will come. So if you create something attractive, it'll require very little marketing. And sometimes just starting with that, I think, is the best first step after you understand exactly what it is you want to accomplish. Because I think a lot of them are, other than the informational newsletter type stuff that goes to the village residents on a regular basis, I think a lot of the other stuff falls on deaf ears unless the people are engaged in something that involves that at the specific time it's in front of them.
And Brett, may I ask you a follow-up on that, just out of curiosity? Is that, how do you connect that with what maybe, like, you're, as a realtor and you doing a lot of work on Lake Forest, I mean, you saw their campaign, and I don't know how you through that same, or I guess that same lens of experiences that you've had, how do you view that, and maybe in the villages, maybe trying something similar? How do you, same answer?
I think Lake Bluff does a lot better job in a lot of ways of presenting itself to the public and what the attributes of Lake Bluff, because it's a more defined palette than Lake Forest because of our size and geography. But I really don't like, I don't think we need to draw a comparison between the two, other than the fact that as homeowners and businesses, we compete with Lake Forest just because of its proximity to us. But I think things like the farmers market are what draw people into Lake Bluff, and everyone in Lake Forest will tell you that Lake Bluff has a much better farmers market. But we don't need to advertise it, we just need to have it, in my opinion.
So create the experiences, marketing not necessary.
Creating experiences that are worthwhile require very little marketing.
Okay.
From my perspective.
Okay.
Thank you. John, did you have any comments?
Yeah, I have to go after Brad.
Yeah.
I would say that I do think that marketing on some level is important. And the main reason that I think it's difficult to constantly capture consumers' attention. And if we find that, at least with the restaurants, the more often we remind people either that we are there, just simply from that, or that that we have something special going on, the more interaction we generally get with people. And when we kind of back away from it for a while, we'll see small declines in customer counts and things like that. But I do think that marketing should be done carefully with specific goals in mind, and the goals should be measurable. Just saying that we want to have a marketing campaign to get attention for the village doesn't necessarily mean we're going to have people that actually come and visit the village. I think that the goals should be definable and measurable, and we should see exactly what kind of return we're getting, or at least have some semblance of. I know that you can't do that perfectly with marketing, but we should have some idea of the kind of return that we're getting for whatever we spend. I did write down a couple other comments. Is there a way for this marketing plan to actually incorporate the businesses that are in town and use the businesses as part of the marketing plan, not only a generic come to Lake Bluff sort of a plan, but specifically highlight all the different things that each of us brings to the community, and also give businesses the chance to participate in that marketing. If there are specific things that deal with restaurants, then restaurants could have the chance to participate in some of the expense from that to drive more customers into the restaurants, or from any of the other different businesses we have. So I think that a kind of a co-branded relationship with the people and the team that's going to be heading this up, with a secondary opportunity for the business to participate in it financially, might end up getting a better result, rather than just a generic campaign. And then the last thought I had was for getting the bids from the marketing companies. Does it really take 4 months to get bids from marketing companies? And I say that only from my personal perspective, because we tend to do things, quickly and efficiently, and in our business. So if we can maybe find a way to get some results from their plans and their ideas faster than the end of April. In April.
So, fair criticism, that was just a date left in there when this was drafted up originally, John. That was just a holdover date, so,
Oh, okay, got it.
yeah.
I think that's pretty much all that I have.
And to answer your question, John, I don't know. I mean, I think that's an interesting idea about incorporating the actual businesses as part of the campaign. I think the group went into this with the idea that we weren't going to try to drive anything other than the concept of making the tagline come to life. And if that was done, I mean, I think we're going to rely on the creative juices of the individual firms to come up with their own ideas, how might that best be done. Could it be done that way? Maybe. You know, I think that was part of we weren't trying to dictate how it was going to, the method and means, so to speak.
Yeah,
But
that makes sense.
And
Yeah.
it does talk about having metrics in there, to your point. And as a business person, you know that's difficult to measure the ROI on marketing and advertising. It's very difficult. But that's something that the group certainly talked about, and that's included in there.
Sounds good.
I just had a vision. I don't know, could you pay was this Guy Ferrari, the drive-in dives?
Yeah.
Could you pay him $50,000 to come and do an expose? Is that, I don't know. To your right.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure how the show works.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to be coming at this from more of a architectural and urban planning kind of vantage point, and I do agree, marketing needs to be done here, but it needs to be, what's going to make this town really evolve, and it's actually doing it already, is creating a sense of place, and with that, people will be there. I think the expansion of these sidewalks is absolutely critical to this pedestrian-friendly community we have, and that draws people in, and then it's reinforced by the businesses that provide services. So, there is an organic element here that we need to facilitate as best we can. Marketing is such a broad term. Yes, signage might help. I know we did this historic business district signage that was done, and it disappears in the landscape. You don't even know it's there. So, but enhancing entry points, where when you're coming into town, you kind of have this element that tells you something's happening here. I'm entering into something. I threw out an idea years ago with a daughter who was at Villanova, and the town down the line from there was Ardmore, and they had the signage over in front of what is very similar to the railroad bridge here. Now, I think what they did might have been a little too much. It got a little Coney Island looking, which I don't think is quite right, but the idea was excellent as far as creating a gateway element, and at the same time masking an eyesore. So it's about sense of place is what I'm really all about, and then the businesses are the ones who then need to grab and hold on to these people, give them the services they're looking for, and then this becomes that destination. So I'm not quite sure really how the marketing should be done. I'm thinking more about the place and making it a sense of place.
Well, one thing on the marketing plan, Drew, when was it? 2 years ago now that we were doing this, right? It was pre-COVID.
No, it ended, I mean, this was shared earlier this year.
Okay.
It just seems
Okay.
like forever.
Okay.
I agree.
Well, the meetings were mainly live, as I remember. so-
Yeah.
Right. Or no, maybe not.
They were
Maybe
virtual.
not. Yeah, they were toward the, yeah. So I guess one thing I would say is, right now, to your point, we've got a ton of new residents in town.
Yeah.
You know, I know I haven't heard numbers for Lake Bluff. I don't know if you've got them. Lake Forest, I had heard 1,000 new residents. So those are all people that haven't even attached to anybody yet, or are, you know, just beginning to attach. So I think that, to me, that's low-hanging fruit in a way. You know, I mean, that's the easiest way to try to get people, because they're looking for ways to jump into, you know, to the community. To your point, sense of place, you know, where do they come in? So I think, how do we do things, whether it's pop-ups, whether it's, you know, whether it's activities, whether it's the next weekend, you know, I mean, the Christmas thing is always a huge hit when we can do it. Those kind of just things right here to include people. I know that when we were talking, you know, we've got some natural links to, like, bicyclists, and I mean, we've just got some groups of people that already know us and want to be here for that. And I think those are easy ways to somewhat target market, because there's a lot of people downtown that own dogs and love to bicycle, like to bicycle, and they live in a certain part of downtown Chicago and stuff. And if we start, you know, drawing them up here, even just for events or something like that, I think that through Facebook and social media and stuff, I think we can kind of get at them without any big budgets, and, you know, using some of the community members as ambassadors, because I think the more we can transform our residents into actual ambassadors for the community, that's how we've gotten all these people moving here, you know, I think, kind of in the first place. So, and I know I'm kind of scatter shooting all over the place, but I do think, you know, we've got a huge historic preservation group that loves to be here. The library is just a gem in terms of bringing in kids and bringing in activities and everything. The 125 committee did phenomenal things between the street art and everything else. So I think, you know, and then again, bicycle, restaurants, you know, we're a foodie crowd, definitely, that comes here and such. So we're a renovation crowd. We've got, you know, people just loving to renovate their houses, or just desiring to renovate houses and stuff. So I think just trying to kind of go with what we already have here, and then I think it's a natural for the interested businesses to latch in and say, okay, that's my kind of area. I'll be happy to invest in that, or help put it out on social media, or do whatever. So kind of, I know I'm coming all directions, but free thought. Like it. That's good. Yeah.
I think to that point where you talked about bikes, now we have, you can relate to this too, there's something that goes on in the village, I think, on Thursday nights with bicyclists coming in. And then there can be any morning, it's a Saturday morning, it can be a Wednesday morning, and I'll come in and there'll be maybe 15 bikes out behind Bluffington's. They have nowhere to put their bikes, and they've ridden up from Evanston. I mean, people are aware of this community. I even think back of, what year was that when we were named like the Seaside Town or whatever?
Fourth happiest seaside community,
Seaside Community.
2014.
Yeah, okay. And it's things like that, and that maybe is, some of those things are more PR-based.
Yeah.
You know, you used to think if you lived in Lake Bluff or you came up here, wow, I'm almost in Wisconsin, you know. But now I don't think people feel that, and maybe it has something to do too with people working out of the home or not taking the train and things like that. I just don't know, and I too have seen that whole change of scope with kids everywhere now, you know, and feeling older again. I think, you know, back on in '86 when Bluffington's opened as Scranton Cafe, we wanted a place to eat in our building, and that's why we pushed that. And now when you think of Bluffington's and everything else that is in this town, via John mainly, and Mavry, and I'm talking about West too, you know, everything out, you know, Silo area out that way. That's taken place, and now instead of saying, let's go to Innovasi or whatever, I think people say, like I do sometimes, let's go to Highwood and you don't pick a specific place. There's enough offerings here that maybe you decide that on your way here. And I just think this whole community has grown, and I think that PR, not the measurable type of marketing, or whatever, that the PR, just letting people know. And I think that's important for the people that live here too, to feel good about living here. And I get back again to that point that I hear when people come into our store and say, what's going on with the so-and-so? Again, they say that. I hear that all the time. It's a communication, and you can put out a newsletter till you're blue in the face, but I'm thinking that whole, Rob, who said it about marketing, what is marketing? I mean, it's everything from social media to, TV, advertising on the radio, all sorts of things. And I just think you make the people aware of it here and some way of reaching out to those others to let them know too. And I don't want to forget about, what is out west, everything where Jeff is, or the industrial park. I mean, when I think about the new vet opening up out there, I think, all of a sudden I start hearing people, do you know anything about the new vet? Or Pasquazi's out there. I mean, that's sales tax money. That's money. And again, people, what's going on where Hyundai was? Are they putting a new dealership in there? I said, I have no idea. And they always ask me, But that's the thing. I think the communication is important, not just marketing. And communication is part of that. So that's all.
I think my perspective is pretty simple. It's obvious the real estate market in Lake Bluff is pretty strong. It's obvious that people come in town to spend time here. People walking to the beach, people walking their dogs, people riding their bikes. I'm hearing all this. So the true challenge is, what are we trying to market? To have people come and stay here, to keep people from going to Lake Forest or Libertyville for some other experience. If the schools are full and people are on the streets, it sounds like that's a pretty good village. The idea about marketing something is, what are we trying to tell people that don't already know about it? I'm sitting here selfishly because I've often wondered why there isn't more things going on here that keep people here, as opposed to bumping into neighbors, over in a different restaurant in Libertyville or in Grays Lake or Lake Forest, So in my mind's eye, it's pretty fundamental. We're trying to market what? If the schools are happy, the kids are happy, there's a whole bunch of new younger people here. They all came here for a reason, their best friend, their mother, or whatever. The marketing plan or a strategy to do what? What are we really looking to invite people here to do? That's what puts me into a little squirrel cage. Brad's lived here forever.
Right.
We love it here. People that have lived here truly like it. It's obvious there are younger people coming here now. So spending money, hiring somebody to tell us that we need to have something, I don't know. That's why I'm sitting here. I sort of confused on what the effort is.
Yeah, can I try to answer it? Yeah, so I think when this group, when the committee started, it was at a time pre-COVID, when the work started, and as COVID evolved, the question that the marketing group was trying to answer was, how can we make the Lake Bluff experience, which is, I think, owning a home or residing in the community, that experience of being a resident, how can we market that? And because we're not a community that's chasing smokestacks, right? We're not looking to get industrial jobs. We're not trying to build factories. What we're selling is community, and residences, a school, a community. And so we have that, and our product is housing, right? That's our commodity. So how do we sell that? And that's through marketing to make people aware of Lake Bluff as a community, to want to come here and be part of this and understand what it is. And so that the group came up with this idea is, that's what we're trying to sell. We're not trying to sell jobs or necessarily tourism per se, right? Don't come for the day. It's like, come for a lifetime, right? And And ultimately, I think the idea was if Lake Bluff could be such a desirable community that outside of Deb Fisher's home, there's 37 envelopes in her mailbox with people saying, I want to buy your home, name your price. I mean, I think that's kind of the idea. And when we started this group and came up with this request for proposals, that was the goal and vision. And I think what happened is, well, during the pandemic, it happened, right? You know, it kind of, we came back to like 07 market conditions, and here we are. And the question is, do we go forward with this quest to develop a plan around that, you know, tagline of North Shore Life, Lake Bluff style? How do you create that Lake Bluff style and define that and share that and market that? The question is now the time to do that? Just as like, you know, right now we know that from a commodity standpoint, there's not a lot of cars to sell. But I'm still seeing car advertisements, right? They're still spending money on marketing, trying to keep building that. So it's like, do we do it now while it's hot? Or do we hit the pause button or dial it back or put the RFP and push it out and see what comes back and then make a decision then? I mean, I think the idea was to try to, I think what I wanted to do is share this with you all and get this type of feedback. You know, it's what I would expect to hear, because some people are going to say, is now the good time to do this, and looking for your advice. So I think that's kind of, if that helps, that's kind of the nexus behind it.
It sounds like it's marketed itself. I mean, everything's full right now.
It's like a pandemic.
You know, right? A little bit of luck.
Can I ask a question? We did the marketing, I mean, this talked about a budget of $50,000. How much did we actually spend on
The branding program?
branding outside of signage, outside of capital improvement type costs?
I think it was like 62 or so.
16,000?
62.
62.
Yeah.
So my question would be, if the point of that marketing is to bring people into town and create economic vitality and everything else that goes with more people seeing and loving and feeling our town, would we be better off giving away $1,062 gift certificates to people, to a local business? I think we get an immediate and tenfold response in foot traffic and everything else than putting it on Facebook.
I think we just gotta understand what we're putting on Facebook. I mean, there's no more homes for sale, per se. You know, standing room only, can't park anywhere.
And that
I
kind of
mean,
ties into
so
the
what are we
timing.
marketing?
Yeah.
The timing of everything, yes.
Small businesses, though, they go through cycles and will have challenges, and I think marketing, from that perspective, for the small businesses, it still makes sense. You know, I don't think most of the small businesses, if you ask them, do you want more business? I think they're gonna say yes. So from that perspective, especially food service, which drives a lot of tourism, those are businesses that need more foot traffic. I mean, yeah, from our perspective as residents, it's perfect or great, but the businesses, I think, still could have additional. That's my.
Yeah, for me, events is what it helps the most. One thing that I found out, or I feel like that is happening, is that the advertisement is all done here, but not outside. And if you want to bring people, people in Winnetka has to know that something is going on here. That maybe, I don't know, they can take the train, go to Lake Bluff. John DeRosier is going to cook in the gazebo, you know, or give you a class, or, you know, that kind of things. I think it is going to make people from other towns to come here and know what is going on. When people come, they all love it. It happens to us that we have clients that are from Glencoe, from Winnetka, Wilmette. When they come here, it's like, I didn't know that this existed. But, and what do you have here? And what is the, hold on, what is the beach? What is the, you know, it's the first time that they came here, and they are like crazy. Like, they want to have coffee, they want to go to the restaurant, they walk. Then I think all that we need is bring people from other places. And then with time, it's going to happen that you're going to have an offer in your mailbox, but you need to bring people from other towns. I feel like all that we are doing here is just for the town, and it's great, but we don't need advertisement for that. I think people are very well connected here with Facebook, with all kind of, with all the media, and they all know what is going on here. People from other towns don't. Then I think I felt like him. I didn't know at first what you want to promote, or what is the business, is the town, is the whole thing, That is what I
Like
think.
the old Economic Development Committee, are we reaching out everywhere within Lake Bluff or?
It's true that we don't have parking.
Or
We talk
downtown.
about that. But, we have the train right here, and
Yeah.
events, I think, if you go to an event, you know that you are taking the train back in 2 hours or something like that, or if you love the town, you can stay here more. But that is what I think.
Yeah, it's, remember Anderson, your comment about the village's branding campaign when that first went through, there was a list of, I think it was 15 different tasks that were associated with that. And we've done them all to some degree. The things that they tell you to do, any advertising professionals said, brand all your owned assets. So look at the village police vehicles, look at the signage, look at, any of the village's communication media, any sign out on the street today that, says eat local, shop local during construction. Our branding is all part of that, right? It's interwoven in everything we do. It's on the memorandums, it's on everything we have. And we gave the art to merchants, and they built, did hats, they did, dog collars, they did fun, interesting things to put out the brand. And then you get to the point where this last piece is how far do you cast your net? And the 40-plus special events that happen in the village throughout the year, which is a very large number relative to our size, right? And that's just village, the things that run through the village. It's not the park district. It's not the school district. Those are just the events that come through the village's door. Those events are very, I would say, the marketing is, we have worked with the Chamber of Commerce to put out a note card at the beginning of the year in the spring to say, here's a list of the events. And we've mailed it to Libertyville and Mettawa and Lake Forest, and that's about as far as we've gone. And that's in terms of casting a net, that's it. There were people that were part of the original branding committee that had visions of advertisement of the village, of, like opening up the program for the law school graduation at Northwestern in the back, saying, hey, come check out Lake Bluff. Or have a picture of all the bicycles down at the beach without a lock on them, and in the middle of the purple line, and just said Lake Bluff, move here. It's kind of like those types of ideas that we haven't done. I mean, there's communities in the Chicagoland area which have sponsored a college football bowl game, and I think it's in Barbados, but it's the village of Elk Grove. They've paid, I think, $250,000 a year to sponsor a college football bowl game because they have the largest warehousing space adjacent to O'Hare Airport. And so they're dealing with an international crowd about where to, send product for logistics, and they've chosen to do that and get some attention. And how do you measure that ROI? I don't know, but that's a big spin, right? So the communities have been trying to do creative things to draw attention to themselves. Special events have been very organic in this community, and those certainly bring in a lot of people in who, to your point, say, oh, I didn't know there was a bike store. I didn't know there was these things and that's great, because hopefully that translates into dollars going through the tills and ultimately through the revenue coffers of the village. But that question is, how far do you reach out? That's part of this. And, how do we do that? Where does it end? Where is it most effective? Hard to say. It's a different world when we started, where you have people who don't necessarily go to Chicago 5 days a week anymore, right? For work. That doesn't, people, working a lot from home and remotely. And so the experiences that Lake Bluff can offer as a community, I think our stock has gone up, right? So I can go on forever, sorry.
Yeah. I hope John is still on, because
He's
when
here.
when I was involved with Innovasi, the very beginning, I think I'm correct, John, correct me if I'm wrong, more than 50% of the patrons at the restaurant were from out of town. And that speaks to Soledad's point very well. I don't think any of these restaurants of size or businesses of size can rely only on the residents within the community. But trying to broadcast or spread a wide net to a huge geographic area, I don't think is financially viable. And, you know, the $62,000 the village spent is a fraction of what all the real estate companies, local real estate companies in Lake Forest and Lake Bluff have spent themselves trying to bring people in from other towns. So I think the real estate community is already acting as a free chamber of commerce for the village in that regard. And it's important because real estate is such a vital part of our economy. But I think Lake Bluff needs to be more creative and focused, and I think trying to go to downtown Chicago to try to catch that one person that might hop on a train to come up here is not money well spent.
So I guess kind of what I'm hearing from this group is that maybe we want to go back to the marketing ad hoc committee and say, you know, things have changed a little bit. The situation has changed a little bit since this was originally created, this request for proposal. And the real estate market maybe isn't our focus at this point. Maybe our focus is more small businesses, bringing people in through very focused advertising. That's kind of what I'm hearing. Does anyone have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, when you talk about these events, like the Criterium, I mean, look at the people who come in for that event who've never been in this town. It's about how to, you know, energize the talk that people will have out there. But I think those events, I think, have been phenomenal for this town.
Right.
That's where you get the people in that have been here before. Then they start seeing the restaurants and they start coming back again. And once again, expanded seating outside because this is really a summer community to a large degree as far as the energy of the town. I mean, winters, it's tougher. But I think that is really what we should be looking at. At the same time, I should mention, we got to keep a balance to it too, because being in the park board, you know, we had issues at one time when we found the use of the beach. It was a lot of out-of-town people coming in to the point it was displacing local residents, and we got to keep a balance here at the same time. So yes, we need outsiders coming in to help these businesses, particularly the restaurants, because honestly, when it comes to retail, most all retail these days really is food related or drink or whatever, you know. I think we do need that. At the same time, we can't, you know, undermine the innocence of our community. And that's the beautiful thing with these young families. That, you know, it's a place you can still let your kids get on their bike and ride around, you know. And in this world, that's a rare thing. So that's a real precious aspect that we still have. We don't want to lose that, because that's what people are drawn here by, at least from what I can see with these young families.
So then, Rob, I'd ask the question, what are we truly marketing? Going back to the marketing committee 2 years ago, they were trying to get people to come to Lake Bluff, to become residents, to become engaged, to be hanging out in the park district and at the beach. But arguably, it sounds like we're full of that stuff. So are we doing more events to, you know, suggest to a lot of people there's something really special about Lake Bluff, beyond the houses and beyond great neighbors? You know, it offers, you know, what are we chasing, I guess, is really the hard question. from, early on ideas about marketing Lake Bluff to where we are today? What,
I have a question. Just to clarify, in the material that we sent over in the agenda for tonight, there was a mention in there about the population declining in town. So can you just clarify for us, what state are we in right now? Is the community full from all the new people that moved into the town from the last 18 months? Or do we have a, for lack of a better word, a full population? Or is it declining as it's mentioned in the materials for tonight? Which one is it?
Well, I think it's the number over the years. There have been fewer housing. The number of units has shrunk over time to tear downs and so forth, and so the actual number of units is slightly less. But I would say I think the realtor should probably best answer the question. But I think the short answer is, there's no room at the end, right? I mean, in terms of residential availability.
Right, there's no inventory for, so to your point, yeah, if we're sending out whatever, it's really hard to find a house for somebody to move to today. So,
Okay.
it's more, can we do the events and everything to get them to experience it, to maybe the shift should be to retail, restaurants, et cetera, and have that be the thrust. And then once they love it, yeah, when things loosen up a little bit or something, then obviously I would hope that they would gravitate towards staying.
But to John's
So,
question, do we have more or less people now than we had?
Less than there were 10 years ago.
But we have more children.
I cannot say that definitively yet, but because we don't collect the same data. So Lake Forest has, they have a real estate transfer tax, so they collect different data when people come into town than we do. And I honestly, I haven't memorized the new census data to say there's more or less children. I think that's just anecdotally and just visually people will observe that there's more baby carriages in town than there have been in some time. And I think that's probably true.
As you know from elementary school.
Yes,
and
yeah,
enrollments
yeah.
or
But we know, the schools must have that data, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would think so.
Yeah, and I mean, that's part of the dive, when we go in the data dive, the next meeting, that's kind of the data we'll have to talk about and share.
Okay.
But
So,
Yeah.
but I mean, what I'm hearing is that we have enough people at this point, right? We don't have much inventory, we have enough people, but what I'm hearing small businesses saying is, we have enough people, but we need more
We
foot
always need more
traffic from
customers, yeah.
outside of Lake Bluff. So maybe
Yeah.
that's where our focus needs to be right now. If we can
Because
kind of,
people love the small businesses that live here,
Yeah.
but to sustain those businesses,
needs more than just the residents shopping.
we do, yeah. And, I had my first, bike customer from Chicago the other day through a Facebook post, a random fat bike I sold, but, so it does happen, and, that's the kind of thing that we're looking for.
Yeah,
Yeah, so maybe the focus should be on creating experiences, not only to bring some people in, to bring people from other communities into our community temporarily to just spend money inside of it, but also creating a nice long planned set of experiences for the people that do live in town, so that there's always something active happening in the community. And certainly, if obviously it's not good for our population to be less, so that's kind of a different issue to address, which sounds more of a housing issue. But if the inventory that we have is full, we can't get any more people to move here. So maybe it would make more sense to focus on making the ones we have happy, and then doing more to support the overall business community and make them thrive.
I feel like we have a good consensus. Are people comfortable?
I'm sorry.
Are people comfortable with kind of the consensus we've come to, kind of? No?
Are we talking
It's
mainly?
pretty straightforward.
Okay, okay, all right, so we can bring them,
He has a question.
sorry, Regis,
Yeah.
go ahead.
I happen to be part of a few groups in town for sport, and I'm a runner. And the thing I'm amazed of is you have a whole population of runners crossing the village when we're not awake. So I run at 5, 6 a.m., 7 a.m. And so you have, on Saturday morning, you have Libertyville coming, and this is not 5 or 6 runners, this is 100 runners coming our way. You have Lake Bluff, Lake Forest Runners Group, that is an official group, Chicagoland of CARA. And this is 150 runners starting at the train station downtown Lake Forest and coming our way, circling the village, literally. You have bikers. So, I discovered Lake Bluff biking from Evanston, okay? And I stopped here and I basically looked for a house. Talking to Brad Schneider, our local house representative, his comment was, I bike through Lake Bluff quite often, but you need marketing to actually know that you're in Lake Bluff. And so I see a lot of people riding bikes that are not stopping, they just cross. Where can I get coffee? Where can I get a sandwich? Okay, that might be useful to us. I think there's a whole ecosystem around us that we're not aware of. And to Jeff's point, who are we selling to? What are we selling? Who is our customer? And what are we trying to convert that customer to? Is that going to a restaurant? Is that going to the beach? I think this is a good question. Thank you.
Thanks.
That's what I was saying, the consensus, so I guess I'm confused at Lake Bluff as a whole. I remember at one point being in the Chamber of Commerce and they started this central business district group, you know, to market just for the downtown. So are we still talking Lake Bluff as a whole? Or, I mean, it sounds like so much of it is the downtown area. So that's, I'm confused
Well,
with too.
I think if we're talking events and activities, the
Yeah.
majority of those happen right downtown, correct? I mean, I think that would be where we would be looking, but we can't ignore the Waukegan corridor and the west side either.
I mean, I think those would be
Yeah.
individual campaigns, right?
Yes.
But
Yeah,
it's-
that's, I'm
Yes,
curious.
I think
whether
so, they'd have to be
That's a
separate.
focus that we
Yeah.
wanna.
I think we have enough to go back to the,
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, it sounds, yeah, it's timing is everything, and
Yeah.
this is, I think this is a valuable RFP that should be placed on a shelf when, you know, as like in 09, 010, when the realtors were looking for a lot of help, and that this is a great thing to have if and when, you know, in case of fire, break glass, right?
Yeah, the market times for housing when this was started were
A
really
different
long,
place, very different place,
you know, so.
yeah.
But
But
I may change like to Brad with Stonebridge or something, whatever happens with that, or, you know, over here on the block, the old bank, or where, you know, that will open up again, and then we'll be marketing that, or real estate will be marketing that.
right. I agree.
Okay, yeah, I agree. I think we have enough. You know, one thing I would like to mention, though, just throwing things out there. Hey, John?
Yeah.
Is it Jim Denovan? Is that the guy, is the outstanding in the field chef? Are you familiar with that gentleman?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's some of the things I think about, and I'll plant this seed with you, is it seems like we could do something like that in our downtown, where the restaurants got together and made a big community dinner. And if you guys familiar with this?
Yeah.
Actually, would be really cool. We could do that in the Village Green.
Yeah. But the idea is that they make, I mean, very large, how would you describe it, John?
Basically, like they're large communal, like family dinners, where you'll have in some area either at a farm or, for us, we would use the Village Green, and you'd have 2, 3, 4, 500 people out there, and you would have everybody at really long tables, and you would all serve a kind of family style, all these different dishes made. It's generally done with small farms and on farms, but we could certainly adapt it and do it here. We could make a series out of it. Sunday night dinners or, whatever night of the week you want to pick. But it's an interesting thought for sure. And it's something that we could all do together where we all bring a different part of it. And
All the
community would be
restaurateurs
able to
could participate, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. We have plenty of them to do with, so it'd be kind of neat.
It goes to the question of the marketing. Are we marketing Lake Bluff residents to come and have dinner with 500 of their closest friends, or are we marketing people from all around town?
I think in this case it would be,
Or on, Liberty, Meadowell, wherever.
And people travel for that outstanding in the field. They live in Illinois and they'll go to the.
California coast.
California.
Yeah. I think the answer is yes, it would go beyond that, and that would be the goal of it, is to say, hey, if I'm gonna sit at this table and I'm gonna get food from, let's say, the other door, or whatever, who's serving, it's like, oh, wow, what a great experience. I'm gonna come back and visit these restaurants, so the idea is to draw people in, and it's another special event, right?
Yeah.
But it's, the village could, just, again, thinking creatively, the idea that the village's marketing dollars could be, you know, grants to local businesses, right? They could be, take a different shape. It doesn't have to be village dollars spent to do a generalized, you know, buckshot approach. It can be more specific, event-driven by different sectors of the business, you know, community. So,
Club dinner on the green.
yeah. So,
And we don't have to have just one, I mean, we
No.
can have one plan, but it can be tiered, so some of it can be like,
Yeah.
hey, if we want to bring people in for small businesses, this is kind of how we're going to do that. If we're looking more at local events where we're just looking at residents, or we want to work with just residents, we can market to that. I think that they can tier it. And especially with social media now, I feel like there's a lot of ways to measure. You can see how you're doing with your marketing, so you can spend your dollars. You can say, oh, this bucket's working really well. We're going to put more money in this bucket and do this. So I think there's different ways, to Drew's point about giving grants to businesses to do something like this dinner. And that's all good things. I think we need to go back and tell the marketing
yep.
committee. I think they need to hear all that.
Right, and if I can just throw out one idea, with Lake Forest, what I tried doing one time, they were trying to market the west side of Lake Forest, so in the west train station. So we came up with 3 pop-up ideas, and all the merchants could sign in where they wanted to. The first one was volunteerism, because everybody was asking, how do I get more involved in the community? What organizations? You know, everyone from Kiwanis to, I mean, there were something like 40 different organizations that showed up, and just had a little booth and, you know, got to meet people and stuff. The second one was wellness. It was like February, and we did a big wellness thing. The park districts, both Lake Forest and Lake Bluff, got involved in it, along with this community has a huge wellness kind of marketing group or retail group. And then the third one was a foodie fair. And all of them were incredibly well attended, and they just put a whole lot of merchants together in a targeted thing, and people came out, and it was kind of fascinating. It was definitely a trial, but it worked pretty well. So anyway, and then COVID hit.
Yeah. Okay, well, great. So I
Ready to
think
move
you
on?
Yeah, I should ask if there's any public comment, because there's another individual on the
Okay,
call.
is there anyone from the public who would like to make a comment on this?
Doesn't appear so.
Okay. All right, how about we move on?
Sounds good.
Okay. Village Administrator's Report. Drew, do you have a report?
Wait a minute. Yes, I do. All right, so this is another presentation. I'll try to be quick. This is, some of you have seen this already before. My screen is locked up. Yeah, I was doing that. Sorry.
just don't wanna cooperate, huh?
Yes, it's like
It's coming back, here we go.
a blessing and a curse.
Right. Oh, technology.
Here we go.
There you go,
There it is, Drew.
you're on.
Okay. All right, finally, sorry. So, what I'm going to share with you is the village board has asked for a overall streetscape plan for the central business district. There's been a lot of construction going on the last month, really, in earnest, that's been happening out there on Block 2, but there's lots of the remaining balance of the central business district that the village wanted to have a complete plan for. Most of this plan is going to focus on Block 1, but I'll cover really quickly kind of how the data that was collected to develop this plan, talk about the public outreach, show you the overall plan and some of the special places within that, and talk about how this village could, how the project could be bitten off in smaller pieces. So high level, the village has been trying to find ways to what Member Douglas talked about is enhancing the CBD user experience for people coming in the community. We're creating more outdoor spaces to gather. That's something we learned from COVID that everybody wants. And so we're trying to build some of those. Trying to preserve existing trees when we can. Trying to find ways to improve and elevate pedestrian safety and make the most of the parking, to your point, right? We only have so much public parking inventory. How can we maximize that? So some of this will talk about having to make use of the train lot. There's lots of parking that's available there and probably will be in the foreseeable future. It's not that far in the great scheme of things, right? People would walk that in a heartbeat if you're in Chicago, right? But here, it's for some reason, it's a little difficult. So the project's been going through a process that started this summer. I expect the village board to actually adopt a concept plan, and it's only a concept. So as we talked about earlier, some of these plans sit on shelves for extended periods of time. So they will get modified over time, but it's certainly the inspiration or blueprint. The village did a very large, working with our consultant, Teskin Associates, did an outreach. There was comprehensive media campaign built around our e-newsletter. We had a web page. We used social media. We had appearances at the, this is a picture here that you're looking at, is at the farmer's market, and a huge response from the community and participation in creating this plan. Farmers Market had fantastic comments, lots of ideas shared. Had a great poll. People are coming to Lake Bluff. I mean, this data is probably not a surprise to you. People are here all the time, is the short answer. A lot of people walk and ride bikes here. A number of people drive, obviously, but I mean, that's a big, you talk about walkability. I mean, that's a lot of riders and people walking through and to the community. Parking, people, love to park on street, but they are taking advantage of other places other than the train station, right? That's something that we think we can do better in. Why are people coming to the downtown? Outdoor dining, number one, and farmers market. I mean, the farmers market has been an amazing draw. It's recognized, Chicago Magazine recognized it as the only suburban market they recognize. The rest were all in the city. So we know it's special. I mean, it was put together by the original Economic Development Committee of the village to really be a draw and to expose the few businesses that were around then. It's kind of evolved itself as a destination itself. We have concerts on the green. I mean, I don't know, during COVID, that the number of people attending Bluffinia is astronomical. The numbers are shocking. Block parties, the village did its first one probably 10 years ago. It was really informal. I got a text from somebody who said, hey, can we set up some music in front of the brewery on a Friday afternoon? It was a nice Friday afternoon, and I said, sure. And it's kind of evolved over time, and it's really grown. These other special events there, you list, the bike race, art festivals.
I have a question.
Yeah.
All these people are coming from other towns to Lake Bluff, or this includes the people from Lake Bluff?
This is predominantly inclusive of Lake Bluffers, but the survey was not limited to Lake Bluffers per se, but it was mostly Lake Bluffers. So in front of Block 1, the village has had this outdoor dining area, dedicated to restaurateurs. People have really responded greatly to it. They've liked it. They've enjoyed it. And so the village is trying to find a way to, how can we permanently capture this experience? And so a lot of this specifically in Block 1, you'll see is trying to do that. Again, this is maybe redundant, but the idea that people are here, what do they want? They want outdoor cafes. They want places to enjoy and have them be attractive with lighting and landscaping. In summary, some of the key takeaways is that, Lake Bluff is unique, small town, ambience, New England feel. We talked about the character and the community. Obviously, safety, community comfort, all that extremely valued here. We have so many great, unique places. Scranton Alley, the Village Green, how can we build on these, create new ones? The Block 1 improvements, again, should be formalized and beautified. That's certainly one of the criticisms that we've seen is, why does this have to look like the New Jersey Turnpike? And so I think the village's approach this is a very near term, is how can we keep making this experience possible and make it safe? I think long term, you'll see how we tried to do that. Parking. The village's most recent parking study says we actually have a slight excess inventory. You may not feel that way, but that's, the parking where it's most difficult is in Block 2. But we're in our ledger is actually in good shape. It could always be better, right? So, jump ahead here. So this layout, this map is intended to show the central intersection of Scranton and Walnut and Center. That's the community living room. That's where people gather, right? This is other spaces. You should help lead this. Remember Soledad, since this is your universe, right? This is the design world, right? Yes. So this is our town. This is our home. We invite people into our community. We have the Village Green. We have our shopping and dining district. As small as our downtown is, it does have this kind of segmented feel, right? And there's these entry points. We talked about making the gateways a little more splashier, but this is our issues and our opportunities. This is the overall plan. I'll jump through this and get to segment by segment. This is the area Block 2 right now, which is under construction. Hopefully, they are going to be done with all the flat work and the concrete by this Friday. I think the festoon lining on the corner in front of Innovasi is probably March before we actually get the steel. There's lead time for that, and the lighting will go up in March, we think, but it's on order. But the rest of the flat work, the brick and all that will be done, I think, before the end of the calendar year. So,
is the festoon lighting kitty corner from that going in?
That's TBD, right? That's what we're going to talk about tonight.
Okay, but in front of Innovasi is already agreed?
Yes.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah. And so, for example, the concept plan that was recommended to the board for this particular block had a mid-block crossing at Scranton with festoon lighting and further east in front of Bluffington's. It had that, you know, at mid-block and at the end of the block. Ultimately, the village board chose just to do it on the corner.
Okay.
So block 3, I won't spend a lot of time here, but this plan does speak to this. I mean, this is the transition into the detached single-family housing, and so it feels that way, feels very residential. The idea is not to have a lot of hardscapes, to make it more green and lush. Block 4 really focuses in front of the village hall and the lawn area there, and how that interfaces with the other public safety building and the gateway into the community, and just trying to make the most of a pleasant green space. This is by the library, and on the opposite side of Bluffington's. I think the village viewed this as an opportunity to pick up more bicycle parking and creating another space by the library, and maybe some additional parking along the on the west side of Oak Avenue. There is that space which is currently owned by the church, which there's like a bump out there with a couple of curbed areas that can be eliminated. As you can see here on the picture on the right, we can eliminate those and pick up another parking space. This is, you know, block 1, this is the big one. This is the one where the questions are, kind of the outstanding questions are, you know, should this be one-way or should it be two-way? There is the ability to keep it two-way and just reduce the sidewalk. This particular setup here that's being shown actually goes from an existing of about 18 feet to closer to 33 feet of sidewalk. There has been conversations about should this be made two-way or one-way. The ABR recommended this plan that you see here largely around traffic calming. The idea that by limiting the flow, with the idea of this being a destination, that people will take the time to drive around the short block and park and then make the most of this and really emphasize the pedestrian area, and create those spaces which we enjoy today on the street, which is that outdoor dining space, and try to put that on directly in front of the businesses and give them a very big palette on which to paint those experiences with, whether it be outdoor dining or other activities, and continue the lighting, festoon lighting on the corner there in front of B Market, to continue that element, to have that symmetry of that continuation. And then also you can see that red dotted line is kind of, if you were standing on the street looking west, that would take you right to the porte cochere of the metro station. So visually that carries your eye all the way to the end of the street, which hopefully is kind of a better way to shake hands with the train lot to encourage further utility of that. Again, maximizing public parking. Right now, this is the concept plan. One of the things that we've learned, having lived with the outdoor dining area, is that one of the unforeseen consequences has been folks cutting through the back of Block 1, going through that, and that's not desirable. So one of the things we've talked about, the ABR wants to try to help figure out a way to keep that or reduce that from happening. And there has been a concern raised also that there's been more traffic on North Avenue. I think the reality of Lake Bluff, the volume of businesses that we have and the volume of traffic we have is, we're never going to see an intensity of traffic that's going to demand further regulatory measures. Like, there's never going to be a stop, a signal. There's not going to be more stops. I mean, this is it. We operate and live in our community, and this is a blessing and a curse. With such a low volume of traffic in our central business district, it's just not. It's never, anything that a civil engineer would study. It's just such a low volume. That's the reality. So, this is a kind of a cutout version of what the sidewalk could look like. And what's interesting, and I'll go back to this and see if I can. I don't know how well this translates, but this area here, this short section here, and also here, that's what's being talked about as a curbless street. So if you pull up in front of Target right now, right in front of the store, you can step out of your vehicle and walk directly into the store. You don't step up on a curb. There's no transition in grade. This is what's imagined in that location. The idea that the street could spill, I mean, all the activity on the sidewalk could spill over into the street for those Friday night block parties, or when there's a band, or if there's a special, maybe there's an outdoor dining experience that we're talking about, but all that can, it's a flexible space. And that's what the ABR talked about is, we can't predict the future. We don't know how many more, COVID pandemics we're gonna be dealing with, but the idea is, we like what we've experienced. We know that the community likes this. How can we create the opportunity to keep having these types of experiences? And the key was flexibility. And so that was their idea, was to have the traditional barrier curb on the south to announce you're in a new space, it's green, it's different, but on the north, again, all this activity from building interior to outside can bleed in and out. And I know Member Douglas has seen this and has participated in the conversation and part of building this. I know there's someone on the call here that's participated in the call or in previous meetings about this, and I'm not certain if she'll want to speak later, but I don't know. That's all I wanted to share, really. That's the meat of this. There's a lot more backup behind this. I don't necessarily want to get into all that, but if comments, concerns, thoughts?
You want me to?
Comments?
I think the plan the ABR has recommended is phenomenal. I think it would be a game changer for Lake Bluff, and I think it's what I was speaking about. If you build it, they will come. I think that's the best form of advertising, and I think for a couple reasons, and I've talked to a couple of the restaurateurs on Block 1, having a curbless street without that built-in trip step would be a lifesaver for some people. And reduce the hazard of bringing food across the street for events in the park or block parties or whatever. And having the extra space on the sidewalk for both pedestrians and for outdoor dining, I think would be phenomenal. And I think the lighting would create the ambiance that people are looking for. So I think it's great.
We still going more,
You have
John?
John?
Yeah, so I had a couple thoughts. First of all, the overall plan for the village, I think, is really positive. I think it does a lot of really great things for the community and for all the businesses that are in town. I do have a couple questions. It seems that the scope and the details of Block 1 seem to be significantly different from the work that's being done in Blocks 3 and 4 right now. And I'm just kind of curious on why it seems to be like, why wasn't a curbless feature one of the things that was talked about? Also, I know that there was an original plan for the current work that's being done now to make that a one-way street, and that was turned down for a number of reasons. Visibility for businesses was one, traffic flow, things like that was another. But the plan that's approved now is a one-way street, so it seems like all those reasons why we couldn't make one block a one-way street don't apply to this block. Maybe, I'm not really sure. As far as the numbers of the kind of the traffic flow of customers going down north and going behind the building through the parking lot, the easiest way to have them not do that is to make this a two-way street. I think that there is a way to make it a two-way street and retain the parking that it has and increase the space for the restaurants on the other side. There's been a couple of different versions that seem like they make it possible to do. So I would prefer it to be a two-way street and just inhibit the easier flow of traffic throughout town. And while it's not a huge amount of traffic, it still makes it easier. Andrew, your comment earlier about customers and kind of our parking situation. While we might technically have enough parking spaces according to a survey, it doesn't mean that we have enough parking spaces where the people that live in our community want to park at. We see customers have reservations at the restaurant. They will drive around the block over and over again, passing up spaces that are at the end of our block until they can get one that is right in front of the restaurant to park in. And they'll come into the restaurant 5 or 10 minutes late for the reservation. This happens every week. It's not just a once in a while kind of occurrence. But people will happily sit in the car and drive around until they get a closer parking space before they walk in. I think it's that general feeling, or for whatever reason people decide to do that, is one of the reasons why the metro parking is so difficult for us to use inspections. I also did have one other comment on the cost of the block one. Block one is about 30% of the, I guess for lack of a better term, linear footage of the work that's being done right now. But it has a budget that's 30 or 35% higher than what's being worked on right now. And while I understand that we are planning for it, a year down the road, it doesn't seem like a 300 or 400% increase in cost would really make a whole lot of sense. I'm just curious on what is a significant reason that it's going to cost $1 million to do this one small block, and it's only costing $700,000 for the huge scope of work that's being done in blocks 2 and 4 right now. And that's really not really necessarily our exact concern, but it does make me wonder why it would be so expensive. I think it's pretty much all that I have with it. The lighting, the kitty corner lighting, I think makes great sense. Expanding all the outdoor dining for the existing places that are over there makes a lot of sense. Adding more public seating on the south side of the street, I think also helps a lot. And as I said, overall, I think it's a really positive plan, and when this is all done and executed, it's going to be really great. And then I had one last thing. I'm just curious about how much planning or kind of outreach or effort was done on the impact of the street restrictions and some of the parking closures and things like that before the project began, because I think that the difference in the traffic that's in town and the level of people that are visiting the town now is at least certainly not what we expected. I know the bike shop is doing half of its normal revenue, and we're doing about 25 to 30% less than our normal revenue at the same time of the year, in the same weeks, as compared to our previous years, even last year in the middle of COVID. We've heard a lot of comments from our customers that they just aren't going to come in town until everything is all done. And it's been going on for, I think, about a month now, maybe a little more than a month, and it doesn't seem like it's quite very close to being finished yet. So I think that there's been a significant difference in the amount of people visiting the community, and I'm a little bit concerned that not enough effort went into really figuring out how much of a difference that was going to make and how much it was going to impact all the businesses that are in town right now. So I know there's kind of a lot of different things on a little speech. So,
John, you were hard to understand. I'm sorry, the last kind of half of your comments. I think I heard them, but you were, if I understood you, you were saying that the last 60 or so days, business has been down relative to last year.
Yeah, really since the construction began. Is that better, Drew?
Yes, that is better. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. Since the construction began, really the last 4 to 5 weeks, we've seen significant drops at all of 4 of our places, and I know the bike shop is doing about half of what it would normally do for the same time frame. And we've had really consistent comments from our customers that they just aren't going to visit the town until everything is done. And with a lot of our customers, there is an overall feeling that the downtown part of Lake Bluff is just kind of closed right now. Now, I understand that that's not literally the case, but there's lots of things when people start talking about, just when people talk to people, where translations get lost and consumers start to form an opinion of things. And so the decline that we've gone through has been significant enough for me to bring it up now, because we don't usually go through phases of things like that. Even during COVID, we didn't really have droughts like this. It is significantly different. So what I'm curious about is, did we really think about that enough ahead of time? And did we do enough to convince the community that the downtown is not closed? You all should still be coming in, and it's all going to be okay. And then I think that we should remember all this for the next time when we do block one, is to put more effort into that to make sure that people, again, don't think that our whole community is closed.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, part of this, and we've talked about this, is that the idea that the village tried to plan this in a way that would be the least impactful, and we'd try to do it in a window of time to make it as narrow as we could, and put in penalties for the contractor to have to work and get this done in a very narrow window of time. And like we talked about, there's no good time to do this. Right? You know,
Yep. I totally understand that part for sure.
Yeah, and so I think it's, pick your poison. So, but it's, I hear you, and I think that's right. I mean, we've tried to do, social media campaigns, we've done signage, and I think we can always get better, and certainly appreciate those comments, and we'll try to learn from them and see if we can do better the next time around. So I hear you loud and clear on that. So, your question about the cost, I think if I had to narrow it down, probably the biggest differential for Block 1 from the other areas is that Block 1 right now, as designed for visual aesthetics purposes, to make it more connected to the sidewalk and kind of just show it as a activity area, is a change in materials. It's concrete. So the idea that the street would be concrete instead of asphalt is driving the biggest cost. I mean, granted, concrete lasts longer and it's going to wear better over time than asphalt. But that's probably the single biggest difference, John, is that the street's concrete versus asphalt. Does it have to be that way? No, it doesn't. But that's why it's been designed for, again, visually, so that it seems to be one big connected area. The kitchen floor, if you will.
Yeah. An expensive kitchen floor.
It is. Maybe the interior designer has alternative advice. Should we go with wood, maple? What do you think?
Hard to plow.
Yeah, hard to plow, yes.
That'll fix it.
Yeah. No, I appreciate your comments, John. Yeah, it's some of the idea, why is this block different? I think some of it has to do with scale. This block is a very short block. It's about half the size of Block 2. And for the same reasons that we haven't had, you don't see a lot of block parties on Block 2. It's just that it's so long. We did do that one time. We closed the street down, and the lack of intimacy was more than apparent. I mean, it's too big of a footprint to try to, and you just can't fill it up. I mean, I think there's times when Block 1 even seems a little light. It's a difficult area to try to manage, and it's too big to try to pull those off successfully. It's kind of what we've experienced so far. I guess I'd like to have the problem that if we had so many people that we filled up the entire block, that'd be great. But I don't know that can happen.
They have done it before. I mean, I'm going back years and
Yeah.
years when they had
That outdoor Christmas festival.
no, it
The
was
tent?
Oktoberfest.
between Block 1 and 4 was like a fall festival.
Yeah, yeah.
And they had, hot dogs and Dr. John's deli and this
Yeah.
drinks over here and this there, and then it filled it. But it was so many businesses participating, it was crazy.
There's also residences on Block 2 and a lot more curb cuts that people need access in and out of, so.
For sure, yeah. There's other reasons, yeah. There's the scale, there's connectivity and access issues. That was part of the reason why this area could be treated differently. And also, it's one-sided, right? There's only businesses on one side of the street versus two sides of the street. Its proximity to the train station, again, trying to make that connections. And Lake Bluff is small enough that we can treat these things differently block by block. So I think that's why the details are so different, because they function differently. And that's one of the struggles that the ABR had when they were coming up with this. It's okay, we know what we have today. So it's hard to predict who's going to be there in the future, because we know there's going to be turnover, right? But I think it's fair to say that the amount of retail, like true retail, is limited in the future. There'll be some boutiques from time to time, but our business really is that eating and dining experience, and that's probably our future. It's difficult to keep up with Amazon and others, but yeah.
Well, may I offer a few thoughts?
Go ahead, please.
And first of all, both these concepts, one-way, two-way, that's one aspect, but generally, I think this is really tremendous when it comes to the pedestrian. I mean, shortening up the distances at the crosswalks is significant, which makes it much safer. I think the curbless curb creates great flexibility in either scheme that might be used. But I did speak at the ABR meeting a couple of weeks back, and, you know, and I can see why the idea of the one-way west is so attractive, because you get a little more sidewalk space out in front of the area in front of Block 1, and you've got a total of 16 parking spaces along that street too. But one of the unintended consequences of what we have right now, which is a one-way west, because of the temporary tent and everything that's been put up there, I brought it to the ABR's attention about the cut-through traffic going through the parking lot behind the building. For any traffic coming down from the north on Sheridan Road, historically, they would always turn onto Scranton and enter town that way. And people go to the path of least resistance. That's just the nature of the human condition. And they're not going to come all the way down to the far south end of the Village Green and then circle back. They're cutting through, and I actually, even today, it was a UPS truck, just came right through the parking lot when I was over there this morning. And it's becoming a street in the middle of a parking lot, which is a displacement that's occurring with the current one-way configuration we have. So I think it's a telltale of what could be permanently a life safety problem behind the building for tenants and customers of the bank to have a flow-through traffic of vehicles through a parking lot. What could be done differently if you want to keep it one way on Scranton? Well, people are going to find other shortcuts. If we take the parking lot and flip it and have access coming in off of Walnut and exiting on Sheridan Road, that might be an alternative. But back in '07, when this whole project was under review with the village, they did not want to have traffic exiting off that property on the Sheridan Road. But that was, 15 years ago. The other thing too is you have Walnut as a one-way north. So people who might try to come down on the North Avenue off of Sheridan Road, and I've seen this happen too. It's not as often, but I can see people slow down, they kind of check it out, and then they slip in heading south on Walnut. So, you know, there is a ripple effect here that I think we got to be cognizant of. I don't necessarily have the answers, but there is a give and take when it comes to one-way versus two-way, and on Scranton Avenue. If it were to be a one-way, we're going to have to figure something out about that parking lot. And I don't really know what the answer is, but can't put speed bumps in because snow plows will tear that up.
We just have a sign saying no through traffic?
Yeah, people look
They'll
at
just
it,
ignore it.
they keep going.
sometimes,
I
yeah.
just know it. So it is something of a concern. I don't know what the solution is. But generally speaking, I love what's being done to this block, because it goes back to what we were talking about at the beginning of this meeting. Our businesses here are really the engine of the downtown. That's what makes this downtown work. That's what draws people in, the whole food industry aspect that we have. And I don't know, maybe it's sort of like a house where you always look at the kitchen as the heart and soul of the house, and that's what the central business district is to this community. It is really the heart and soul, and it has to function well. And the enhancement of outside seating that we're looking at here, I think, is tremendous. It's going to make those businesses thrive. It's going to create more tax revenue. It's going to be a positive, aspect happening here to the community. But I think we need to take a hard look at this one-way street versus two-way. And that's really because of the displacement that's occurring in behind the building on Block 1. And with that, that creates life safety issues. I mean, honestly, even when I was at the Park District, you know, when you drive into the rec center, that's a road going down the middle of a parking lot. It is fundamentally a problem. The road should be on its own, segregated from the parking area, not to be driving down through it. And, you know, parking lots are dangerous places. I mean, I'm on defense all the time when I'm at Target and stuff. I mean, you never know what people are gonna be doing behind you, let alone pedestrians being mixed into it. So it's just a concern. I don't really know what the solution is, but generally, I think this is really going to be a tremendous addition to the downtown and to the viability of our local businesses, which will then, as I said earlier, create that sense of place. People want to be here and let these businesses thrive within it. So those are my thoughts.
If I could just follow up on both Rob's comments and John's comments, a lot centered around parking and traffic flow. I've thought for a long time that the village, especially during a time of construction, or the store owners in town could have a communal valet parking drop-off spot. You have one valet spot, and with a town that's only a block long, it would service everyone, every restaurant, every retailer in downtown Lake Bluff, and then the valet could run the cars over to the public parking at the train station, get them out of town, and open up spaces for everyone else that needs one.
Well, I think, actually, as I recall, with the Block 1 development, I think, Drew, you've got authority to actually implement valet parking.
Do it for Innovasi too, anytime they want to do it.
But I think you have that authority.
Yes, I do, yeah.
So,
Authority to do what?
Well, author, I mean, there's been opportunities where there's been events, Member DeRossier has had events where he's asked for and gotten approval for valet parking. Their special use permits are pre-authorized that. So the idea of doing that, they have the pre-authorization. Block 1, any business with the building owner can come and say, I would like to do valet park. I mean, there's procedures, administrative processes in place to make that happen tonight, if somebody wanted to do that.
Well, I mean, that would be a real solution for the concern John mentioned a short time ago about people getting to his restaurant. And, you know, and I think long-term, it would be a great way to mitigate parking issues.
yeah, actually, Naperville has those, what do they call those vehicles? It's a three-wheeler with a big carriage on the back of it. Forgotten the name of it.
Like a rickshaw?
Well, not rickshaw, but it's rickshaw-like.
Yeah.
But it's a motorcycle kind of that's been, it'll come to me. You see them in Cairo and all kinds of other cities.
Oh, yeah.
But they, oh, I'm sorry?
A pedicab? Like a
No, well, it'll come to me in a moment.
Golf cart?
But, you know, and that might be this valet might be a good solution for the summer months. But still, even during off-season, we've got to have, you know, safe traffic patterns working here too. So, so I think those enhancements, you know, I know, maybe we can get kind of those bicycle rickshaws, you know, and go that way. But it could be kind of fun. I know that Naperville was doing that for a while.
Rickshaws around Soldier Field are all battery operated now.
Yeah, well, but, yeah, I have nothing more to add. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay, so I think my biggest concern I mean, I love a lot of this, for sure, but I think my biggest concern is sort of losing the gateway to Lake Bluff, if we only have the westbound access right there. And Robbie brought up a lot of the safety issues and stuff. I guess the concern is just, if you're coming up Sheridan Road and you don't know to cut over earlier by the back of the public safety building, you then miss, you know, there's no way into town. You then try to figure out, okay, where do I cut over? North gets you can't go south on, you know, so it gets really complicated, and there's no real gateway anymore to Lake Bluff. And Lake Bluff's never really had a huge one, but you could always say, oh, go to the train station and it's due east of the train station or something. So I guess my only thought is, and I wasn't involved in the earlier conversations with Tesca and everything, but I'm sure there's some logical reason why the westbound has to go west and it can't go east if you're only gonna do a one-way. Because there's more escape routes, kind of, if you're already in town, you can go north, you can, on Walnut, you can, get out. But does it, could you take the whole plan and just make the traffic go east? And if that's not doable, then how do we deal with not having a gateway to downtown Lake Bluff easily? And how do we get people in with signage or with something so that they feel like there is a way into town?
Yeah.
And two-way would be, I guess, the fallback position. So those are just my thoughts.
Yeah, and I can try to answer some of the, so the ABR struggled with the same issue, right? Because there was, one of the concepts early was a two-way street, very similar, and this is the hybrid, this is what they came up with as a hybrid. And the goal was to say, people coming out of when the train station parking lot has been parked at capacity, which it has been, for years on time to time. When people exit out of there and come through there, it becomes a cut through. The idea was, let's make the downtown a destination. Yes, it may be slightly less convenient to get there, right? But you can almost visually see it. You pull out, you can look, say, oh, there's a way, I can find my way back, or I can find my way around. There are trade-offs. Yes, it probably puts more people coming down North Avenue. Yes, people may have to drive around, but it's not that difficult, right? Literally, it's or alternatively, you can just stay in the train and walk, right? That's the other idea is get out of the car, bike, walk, get there. There's a lot of ways, and this is our, if this is our community living room and our community kitchen, yes, we need support from other customers, but the idea of, aren't we really trying to encourage our residents to take other modes of transportation to get there and not necessarily drive? And that's, because we are such a walkable community or bicycle-friendly community. So, I think that's what they talked about and struggled with, the idea of how do we control the traffic coming off Sheridan? We don't want people turning off Sheridan, coming in at a higher rate of speed. This, again, it's a flow scheme to get people circulate through the downtown, but have this area really be focused on pedestrian activity and having only.
And I think that's great. I'm
Yeah.
just concerned about having everybody leave town, go west, kind of, as opposed to on that block.
Yeah.
So.
And that's, that was, I think, going back to Member DeRossier's comment about why wasn't Scranton made one way. There was an opportunity to pick up a lot of parking, and they talked about it. I think ultimately the concern was this is a two-way street that it benefits, that it has two businesses on both the north and south side, the additional exposure, the convenience of having, be able to travel both ways, and also not sending folks onto residential streets, would be, that's kind of the trade-offs that were made. But I think they viewed this block differently because, one, it's shorter, two, because it's where it abuts the park, and because it abuts the train station. It was viewed differently, and that you could get away with it because it's such a short block.
Really, the only people that would have a problem with it are the people coming from the north, which I would be willing to bet is a fraction of the people coming from the west, east, or south.
Yeah, and we have not done those counts to find out what those numbers are, but it's difficult, right, given how we're operating presently with the outdoor dining. We're living this, right, we're experiencing this, right? And so I think the good news is the village has been able to test this layout, right? And we've learned that one of the unintended consequences are people are cutting behind Block 1, and people are probably cheating up North Avenue and maybe making that illegal turn more often than they did in the past. But what are the trade-offs? Is the more valuable having increased pedestrian safety? And, so it's a difficult question. Are there, what evidence or data can be offered that is applicable in a small community like Lake Bluff that has such low volume to traffic that really have relevance, right? And there's a lot of studies I shared with you all, resident and former Planning Commission and Zoning Board of Appeals member, Nikki Collins, I think she's still on the call. I haven't looked. She gave comment and evidence talking about, well, there's other communities, Vancouver, where they've done this before and tried to, you know, had the opposite effect. Right? They've gone from having one-way streets to control traffic flow and to ease drivers' experiences. Well, that's hurt businesses, right? So they said, we want to go backwards. Now, I don't know necessarily, I'm not an urban planner, I've had planning training, but, you know, it seems, I don't know if that's explicitly relevant to what we're dealing with, right? It's a different situation, a much bigger metropolitan area and much lower traffic counts, but nonetheless, it's reasonable to think that convenience does matter and exposure does matter, so it's a difficult question, you know, what's the, you know, is there necessarily a perfect piece of evidence to make it, what's the right solution? And I don't know, I've been picking up the phone, trying to call planning professionals and talk to them, try to find out, gather as many opinions as I can about it, and share that ultimately with the board when they make that decision. I mean, I think right now, the board will be, at December 13th, given a chance to consider adopting this as a concept plan, knowing maybe this gets visited more, you know, through the process and trying to figure out ways to manage maybe unintended consequences or find out what is the best ultimate plan. So, but it's a tough one because as Mickey points out correctly, and this is what the ABR did talk about too, there's a reasonable thing that you could do to create the two-way experience and just shorten up the north sidewalk a little bit. You know, you can do it and have everything there and just will make it two-way. But, you know, the ABR talked about, and they valued, in their opinion, the, you know, safety and the limited traffic movements. They view that better and more pedestrian friendly. So one of the persons I spoke to today talked about, you know, what do the businesses want? Let them help drive that decision because, I mean, that is the life, like we talked about, they're the lifeblood. You know, what do our merchants want? And so I went and I did some poking of my own to the brewery and said, what do you guys think? You know, you got to let us know because it's, you know, they participated early in this conversation, but I think it's going to be important for the village to hear from them to really help make decisions like this.
Carrie?
I think that whole traffic pattern around that block, that it really should be looked at again, not just because of whether it's one-way, two-way, but because of the cut-throughs going on behind Rob's building and, you know, but also I sometimes wonder, I know that people were very vocal about Block 3, whether it's 3-story, 2-story, all that. Everybody that lived right there on North Avenue were obviously the most vocal. And I'm wondering, is anybody very vocal about that on North Avenue, about the new traffic that's been going through North or anything? Or has it been, I mean, I don't hear much about it. So I'm wondering whether North really gets all that much traffic. Because I'm thinking that most of that would, again, come from people from the north. And I think if it's, unless it's somebody from Great Lakes that's never been here, or somebody coming from up north, everybody that lives to the north, whether it's Crabtree or anybody up in Short Acres, they know the area, and they know to turn on north, or, you know, or you're gonna go all the way down. And if you miss it,
You go all the way down.
you may cut through your place, or you just go all the way down and angle over, and then you'll see, oh, there's downtown Lake Bluff, I'll just turn there.
Yeah.
Well,
So maybe that's not an issue.
does, how's the North Avenue people feeling after last summer with a lot of the parking from that was lost in downtown during the farmer's market was even further displaced on North Avenue?
Yeah, that's
Did they
just
do
what I'm
okay
curious.
last summer?
I will say that most special events bleed on the North Avenue and East Center Avenue, right? That's where the parking, and that's how I know as a resident of East Center Avenue, where usually, you know, if it's a good special event, quote unquote, good special, they're parked down the street and they're getting close to Grace, right? You know, it's a big event. But yes, is the answer. And I think there is a lot of special event parking that ends up on North Avenue, even surprisingly, when even the train lot still may be more convenient, right? And that's one of the things that we've talked about is, can we do more signage to indicate that's free, you know, daytime and evening parking available and get people aware and educated that that's an option? But yes, the answer is yes, people certainly do bleed over onto North Avenue. I've heard from one resident about it, and I think they've said, they acknowledge that, yes, I live on the edge of a central business district. I knew.
And I get it.
I know I get it. I don't appreciate the added risk or problems that may arise from maybe an action of somebody, maybe making that illegal turn on Walnut, which this person actually, that's what they were complaining, that's what their primary concern was about.
Okay.
And I think they understand and again acknowledge, at least this individual has said, yeah, of course we're gonna get bleed over parking. That's where we live. We chose to live here because we like the activity, but at the same time, there's trade-offs. We get it. But they don't like when people are jerks and park, illegally and if they're correct, and, or if they're making illegal movements. So, I mean, that's an enforcement issue. We're gonna do some different signage on North Avenue. Actually, we talked about doing that, so.
There's only about maybe 8 parking spaces in the entirety of the first 2 blocks of North Avenue. So
Yeah.
I don't,
Right.
Yeah, it's all relative, right? Yeah, what's your experience? It's relative.
But I can tell you, by clearing out all that buckthorn over the last couple of years, opening up the train station parking lot visually,
Having the lighting improvements, yeah.
I think it's a safer walk there,
Yeah.
certainly during the winter months. And I think you're right, there is some re-education that needs to be done about, look, we got this space here.
Use it.
Yeah, so, but that's been a huge improvement.
Yeah.
I'd say as far as the re-education, the most important re-education for that lot would be for employees. We all know that employees
Yeah.
park in front of their own businesses for hours. And when they don't park for hours, they know that Lake Bluff does not ticket.
That's
They
not true.
they can say,
We park.
they do not ticket very often. So they know that they can park on Oak in a 4-hour space, and they can stay there probably for 6 hours, or they can show up there at 4 in the afternoon and park, because by that time, if they're there a couple hours, it's gonna be, 7 o'clock or whatever, 8 o'clock at night, to the 4-hour period. But again, I can only stress what I have before, which is parking on that Block 1 area that we lost spaces, and, I think it's been hard. Block 3, I know the hope is development, not a parking lot. The library has a parking lot of, 8, maybe 10 spaces now, they added to it. But it's not for patrons of the library. It's only for employees. So it's a library with no parking lot. So, and I really do think they've grown through the years and a lot more people use the library. So that's lost parking there too. I wish these people that do these parking surveys would come into some of the businesses and just sit there and spend a week in Innovasi or Bluffington or, and just watch people drive around 2-3 times looking for a space and not find anything. And I get it, and I'm sure your building does. Ron, you have all the signs up, but people come into the back lot of our building and I say, can I help you? And they say, oh, I'm just picking up a sandwich. And 20 minutes later, and I said, well, picking up a sandwich says private parking. And they say, well, I'll be just a minute. So, they obviously they can't find parking, and I still think that's a problem, and it's gone on like this for decades. So, that's all.
Sorry.
go ahead.
I have a question. I love all these things happening I think it's a very positive thing. I didn't like that it happened when I was moving. But
Sorry about that.
it was the 3 weeks.
Yeah.
But no, I was expecting to have more parking, like have one. What I expect when I saw the whole thing was that we will have only one way and the diagonal parking on both sides, because I feel like you have much more capacity if you have those in that way. And I thought that you will have the block 2 and 3 in that way, and you were closing the block 1. That is what I thought. I saw that, today I saw the marks. Maybe the street is not big enough, I don't know, or for two ways. Is possible to do all those 3 blocks one direction and have more parking?
That was discussed. And that was actually the impetus that brought about all this planning, was like, should we do this? Should we not? And ultimately, the village leadership chose to keep the street two-way and have I think it's a net gain of, what's the layout now will be a net +3 parking. But I think there was up to 9 spaces could be captured if they did the one-way. But I think there was some hesitancy to do that for a lot of the same reasons we're talking about tonight. The idea that you perhaps improve the exposure of businesses and create greater convenience, and have by having the ability to drive both directions past a business, and the idea that that's better long-term than having it one way and having the additional parking. But that's the struggle like they're having for Block 1. Same conversation, what's better long-term? And this one is actually actually it's net -1, because there's actually a stall in front of by Hansa that gets created to be a bigger green space and a bigger pedestrian area there. But overall, this overall plan's a net gain to parking, but it's not as big as it could have been if it was all one way.
Yeah.
And so that's the trade-off. So the idea is, how can we push people to utilize to the greatest degree the existing parking inventory, which really we're talking about the train lot, right? There's an immense amount of parking that's available, completely underutilized, within a stone's throw.
Maybe you have to have like a little bus that goes from the really, because in summer it's not a problem, but in winter it's hard, walking those.
I know what you're saying, there's not a real close lot.
Yeah.
The
No.
Walnut one fills up pretty quickly. You can't use the one at the library if you're not fast enough in the morning to get the 8 village spaces on Oak that are unmarked. It becomes difficult, and I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe you can have like a little,
To your point earlier of having some sort of vehicle.
yeah.
Well, and I think back to the point of re-educating people, I know the train station feels far away, right? That feels far away, but the idea was with the whole plan is that you're looking down, you're actually looking at the train station. It becomes a focal point, and then with the lighting, the idea is that it's more well lit, and it's more of a feel of, oh, I could walk from the train station into town. This 2 blocks isn't actually that far. Now, whether we'll be able to re-educate people and have them park over there is one thing, but the idea was to try and set that up so that it became more inviting and more well lit, and those 2 blocks really felt like one long stretch with the train station at one end.
It looks better, it feels closer.
Yeah.
But in winter, or have you missed the train for just, you're it's close, but it's not that close. I mean, yes, in Chicago it could be close, but maybe the way that we use this town is kind of difficult. That is what I see, but I don't know.
Hey, Drew, is the parking at the train station actually free all day long, or is it?
It's really free like after 10 a.m. Really the idea is that the village has its obligations to treat it as a metro commuter lot first, but really that by 10 a.m. all the commuters are there for the day. And so we go in, we do the checks then. So really after that, it's public space, it's open.
Okay, so if it's public space and open, what is the reason that like employees of certain businesses have to have permits to park there?
Because the pricing is different, right? So our pricing is like, I think the pass to park there is $30 a year, for which is giving it away, for the merchants, and that's why we designed it that way. Versus if you were paying an everyday Metro Pass or to go in there after hours, I guess the way to answer it best, John, is probably to say that it's that way so that it's really, you're paying an administrative fee that we know you're over there, and the goal is to put you in the most northern part of the lot to make the available spaces for customers of Metra and our downtown, and to put our employees like you do if you work at a mall, you try to push them furthest away from the doors as you can to make the more convenient spots available for patrons.
Yeah, that part I understand, but I thought you just said that it was free for everyone to park there after 10 a.m.
It is,
So
but
anyone can just park in the lot after 10 a.m.
yes, yes. But there, so the idea is that for businesses that have come in over time to satisfy the village's codes to have sufficient parking, it's very difficult to do that, right? Because there's only such a footprint that, and especially businesses like yours, which were, the blocks were developed at a time and there was great zoning relief granted for those businesses. So the idea that we know that parking demand has increased with the types of activities, namely restaurants. So we've tried to manage our codes and satisfy those by saying one of the best ways to do that is to push all the known employees to lots and to stalls that are not within the immediate impact of the business, which is again the train lot, and to charge some nominal fee so that we can keep track of that till we know that people are actually doing what they're supposed to be doing. Like your special use permit says that all of your employees,
I remember that.
yeah, other than I think 2 or 3,
Yeah.
are supposed to park at the train lot, and that's to make sure that they're not parking where a customer could come in and go to Bonk or the other door or wherever. And that's we're trying. The goal is to get people to make the most convenient stalls available. Why is it not free? It's practically free. We're just trying to recognize that there's some cost to manage it, right?
Yeah, no, the part I'm getting to is it possible for us to create signage in the lot that actually designates this as an employee of the town parking area, and it's in the back, and the front of it is all for customers, and then we can just tell all the employees of the town to go back and park in the back of the lot where employee parking is.
Yeah, I mean, we could literally paint the pavement. We could do that. Yes.
Then it's easy just to tell everybody who works here, go back there, you park in the area that's labeled employees. Done.
Yeah.
Is that something that's possible?
It is, but I guess one day, I think someday in the future, the train lot will get busy again. And the idea is keeping track of who's who with the hang tags. I mean, there was an advantage of that.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So again, we try to make it almost free. I mean, it used to be
Yeah, I know. I get
$300, right? And so $30 seemed pretty reasonable.
For the whole year?
Yeah.
Yeah, the cost is more. Yeah, the cost itself is more than reasonable. It's not about that. It's about trying to find a way to make it easy
Yeah.
for all the business owners to tell all their employees, go back in that red section of the lot. That's where all you will have to park.
Yeah.
And as employees interchange from working and to not working in businesses, it's easier to just have a place to point to than it is to have to go through the entire process, especially with the amount of employee turnover there is in our world right now.
Yeah, and we've gotten, as you know, we deal with employers, as we say, like, here's a hang tag, and you don't even have to buy it for every employee. Let's just have a reasonable number of how many you would have on a given shift, right? We're trying to be reasonable. And so you hand it to the next person, and so it's not about the money. We're just trying to get people where they need to be.
Yeah, I understand that.
Jeff?
I don't have anything to offer more than just kind of reconciling thoughts here. You know, we're trying to get people to come to Lake Bluff. Yeah, we're choking their access down to one road, and not a whole lot of places to park, and a lot of confusion. Like, I can't turn to go eastbound on Scranton Avenue, so I have to try and figure it out. Can't go North Avenue. And I also think that people are, they operate on convenience. Prior to Target and the Meatheads and the Jimmy John's and all those other places out there, I'd struggle to find a parking place to go to Buffington's.
Yeah.
Theoretically, I avoid it. I mean, there's, I drive a vehicle that's oversized per se, and moving that around town is even cumbersome. So in my mind's eye, to choke all the avenues down, 14-foot wide, one-way, just provides too much confusion for the average person. And if we're inviting people from other communities to come out here, I would think you want to facilitate the ease of egress into town as opposed to choking it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to solve the problem. I'm just
No, that's good.
candidly, you're making it very hard for someone who's not familiar to the town to navigate it.
Is there a reason that Walnut is one way in that one little stretch?
Yeah.
Like, is there a reason why we couldn't make Walnut two-way?
I think the idea was to not facilitate more traffic movements in the residential area, right?
Okay.
I think that's the baseline, yeah, to try to limit those movements.
But if you're changing things, it might be a time to look at that, possibly.
Yeah,
Yeah, because then you could, if
Right.
the one street remain, if block one remained one way, people could come down, they could come down north, they'd just be on that little stretch, and then they could come up Walnut, they'd go by Hansa, and then they'd go by B Market, and then they'd have the opportunity to turn left or right, or go straight right there. Might open up the traffic pattern a little bit.
It's just hard
Just
to
a thought.
navigate. It's, you know, during farmer's market days, it's almost impossible to
I
navigate.
know, it's crazy.
I mean, it's a great success, I understand that, but it's, you know, for a local, and, you know, avoid Lake Bluff for 6 hours on a Friday.
If I remember correctly, Drew, I think part of the Walnut being one-way was also, I think we were having problems with the mail truck, those shorter semis, that they were going out on North Avenue and trying to keep those trucks in the central business district, not getting into the residential. I think there was some, I remember that being one of the variables when we knocked that house down and put that parking lot in. So, and of course, people love the mail drop there, but we could figure out another location for that. But it's probably an area worth studying to see how, you know, we can create some pressure release points with the circulation of the downtown. So that's, yeah, I think that's a valid area that should be looked at.
If you do this, there's one entrance road into the central business district. You know,
off of Sheridan, you mean?
pretty much one road. You go in the
Or
center.
coming up out, from under
When
the
underneath the
viaduct.
bridge off of Sheridan Road, there's one road in. You're right by the fire station. That's it.
Well, a good portion of the town is east of the train station, so they're not going to Sheridan Road and coming back in. They're just driving right up Scranton Avenue from the east, or Center Avenue from the east. It only affects the people really coming from the north.
And south. I mean, if you
Familiarity.
don't know to cut
South, yeah,
over
to
at the
turn
public
right
safety.
there.
Familiarity.
It really is a
Build it and
from
they
the
will
south,
come.
too.
It's gotta be familiar.
I will say that on
Even
Google Maps
even
right
coming
now,
from the south, you have two stop signs, three stop signs to get to Scranton. If you take, you know, the angled turn, you got your first stop sign, then you gotta make a right turn, then you got a stop sign. Now you turn left, now you got a third stop sign at Scranton, just to turn right. And if you could go straight and turn right across from the, train station, you'd be on Scranton, that's it. Yeah, again, it's a traffic place, not me, you know.
What was the reason that it's not going east? Was there a specific?
I think the idea is that Sheridan is busier, and the idea that the goal would be to force people to come through and plan to stay, make it, you know, we're the destination, right? It may take a minute longer to get here, but
With
it's
the
worth the distance.
two-way, the two-way was open to Sheridan,
That's correct.
so what's the difference, two-way or one-way?
I think the idea, the traffic calming that's created by making it one way, the ABR believe that it is safer for pedestrians, that there's only dealing with one traffic, you know, one-way flow. They can only have to look one way to see where cars are coming from, right?
We have a two-way street now that is shut down, even in non-COVID times, 2 or 3 days a week. You got farmer's market, a block party,
Yeah.
and then an art fair, whatever. And
Yeah.
and we've got barricades all the time that look like crap.
Right.
I really think that if we're gonna make a destination, let's make the destination and not worry about the stray car here or there that may meander off target.
What is your reasoning
You have to come up to the podium.
The thing I keep wondering is having the one-way in front of the brewery being from east to west. Why wouldn't we make it from west to east? I mean, to Jeff's point, let's force people in the village. We don't care how they exit, but at least we have an entrance point that is, well, as long as they're here, they're going to get stuck in the middle, and they might get out of their car and just go and eat right there. But the point is, where did the thinking from east to west came from for that one way? That would be my question.
Come from the drive-through at all for the bank?
Well, that can be managed, right? That can be managed that way. It's a
Casinos
left.
never try to get people to exit a place. They only try to get them in. They don't care at all about how people get out.
It's a tough
My-
one.
Yeah, I think my recollection is that you wanted to push people, if I can go back.
There was definitely a reason for it.
Yeah, I'm going back to, I can't go back. Why is this fighting me?
Crashed.
But that doesn't
What
mean we
is
can
wrong?
revisit that.
No, I mean, again, this is a concept plan, right? It's
Right.
stimulating lots of good conversation. You know, what is the final solution? And, you know, it'd be, in one sense of the word, it'd be great if we had, 50,000 vehicles a day. You can examine and have much more, better study, but we just don't have the volume to make any sort of, I think, reliable predictions on movements in the future. I mean, the best that we've had is just that this has been, we've done the experiment, right? We've lived with it since we've closed off Block 1.
I can tell you that having worked on that corner for the last, however, 30 years,
Yeah.
the traffic coming from the west going east travels at a much higher velocity than the traffic coming from the east going west. Because they're driving on Sheridan Road at 35 miles an hour, making a turn, and going until the traffic naturally slows down at the corner. Whereas the people coming west, especially now with the new curb cuts coming west on Scranton Avenue, by design, it slows the traffic coming through town. So I think it's, from a safety standpoint, much, much better.
But it would be safer a one-way than a two-way going east as well.
I think it's much safer with one way on a short block like that.
Right. But
Especially with all the traffic back and forth to the park from the restaurants and the brewery, you know.
And I think that was part of what the ABR, they sort of saw that block in that space as an extension of the green. So all of that kind of feels like one big space.
Yeah, it's the
you
community
know?
living room, right? That
Right.
all that space flows together.
So the idea of having slower traffic or a simpler traffic pattern on that road, that was their intention.
I think convenience is something that, really needs to be understood. If it's not convenient, you're gonna go somewhere else.
Right.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that enough to make it off-putting? Tough, don't know, right?
No.
And like, I guess the answer is, how's it worked for the last year plus? I mean, how was your summer, John?
About like normal.
Yeah, which is not bad in a pandemic, right?
No, I have no complaints about how
Yeah.
busy we've been until the last 5 weeks.
Yeah. And so, I mean, that's one of the things that Jody Mariano from Tesco talked about. It's like, what we've been able to do is like, literally like test it out. And that's what, because we don't have enough traffic volume to say, let's do an analytical study and see we can predict how it would happen. We just don't have the volumes to make any sort of reliable predictions. Testing it is the best evidence we have. And I think that's kind of the best we're going to be able to do in terms of any sort of analysis and what's the criteria. Maybe Jeff values convenience over somebody else saying, well, yes, it's maybe less convenient, but ultimately the pedestrian safety or the feeling, the character and experience it creates outweighs that, because I'm willing to drive another 100 yards to make the turn and make it I value that greater.
Has Lake Forest Bank expressed any concerns about forcing drive-through traffic to come just from the east?
Yeah, that's why
No.
I brought it up.
Haven't heard anything from them at all.
Are they aware of it?
I mean,
I think they would be the one most impacted.
yeah, they've always had their access, right? They've had their,
First thing in, boom, there it is, yeah.
yeah. So they've always had their access, and
But they
goodness
wouldn't
knows.
with a one-way street.
Well, they would still have access. At least with this, it would just be either, is it westbound or eastbound making the turn in, right?
No. No, if it's a one-way westbound, you have to get in town to go to the bank. You can't simply just pull in
Oh,
Correct.
yes, like it is now.
like it is now.
Yeah, and to my point, we've heard nothing, no complaints about it.
I think maybe it's a pandemic, acceptance. But to make something permanent,
But again, it's such a short, and listen, I'm not advocating one way or the other, I'm just hoping we come up with the right answer, right, like everybody else, right? Because we're just trying, this is our central business district. One of the things that you go back to is like, in some of the raw data that we received, like, hey, this is a pretty good thing, don't screw it up, right? So, I think the experiment has been very successful. What we're doing now with Block 1, I think this idea and this concept is very exciting. And again, nailing down the details, one way, two way. I mean, there are ways to do it both ways, and it's trying to find what is the right amount of evidence, and everybody's going to value different things. So I think it's going to be a tough decision in the end. But
Does the village have money budgeted to do this?
no. But could we do it? Yes. Are there grants available for these types of specific projects? Yes.
So what is your hopeful timeline, assuming a concept is approved?
If the concept's approved, I'm going to work to make application before January 9th to a federal program that has availability up to $3 million. This project is well under that. And to try to get funding, I suspect because some of the grants goals are to serve or to benefit underserved or highly impacted communities. And we don't necessarily fit that profile, but one of the things that they've encouraged municipalities like ours to do is to seek funding, but do it in 80-20 or 50-50, something that where we could make a good business case and show that we are matching dollars for this investment. And I think it's great the village has a plan. It's even better that we've actually implemented a part of it already on 100% on the village's dime by doing Block 2. And by coming in and saying Block 1, we've done this experiment, we've seen the results. We did this during the pandemic. It's directly related to pandemic, we want to change our infrastructure to reflect that new lifestyle. I think it checks a lot of the good boxes.
What does the grant money allow as far as, is it just,
Infrastructure just like this.
what is infrastructure?
Sidewalks, roads,
Lights,
lights, yep.
awnings?
Bridges, hardscape.
So
yeah.
there are some elements to that program that could be building improvements.
Okay,
Yeah.
interesting.
So take care of our local politicians.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, that they helped out the park district with
Yeah.
the access to the beach. That was all due to one of our representatives that
Yeah.
made that happen, so. Yeah.
So, these programs will, we will certainly, we're meeting with them regularly, Regis meeting with them very frequently, mostly chasing stormwater dollars, right? That's what we're, but this could be, certainly fits, community goals, but it's, to answer your question, Brad, the goal is if we can get a concept plan approved and go with the seek funding, that's as soon as next, in January.
That'd be great.
And I, the board had a conversation last week at the committee of the whole about this project, and there was a lot of the similar comments, large, high level, generally, it's fantastic plan. There's some details that need to be worked out at the end. But I think generally there's a lot of support for this plan, and there's certainly several board members who would like to see investment, actually, construction Block 1 sooner rather than later. There's others that are a little more cautious, who knows where we're headed. The village does rely on sales tax for a lot of this. A lot of the sales tax that's been coming in the village's coffers over the last decade or so has been very helpful in doing a lot of capital improvements. But some of this logistics issues certainly impacting car availability. The village has been very conservative historically financially, and that's why we are in the good position that we're in today. But it's something that, some board members will be a little more cautious, but I think there is some excitement about continuing what's been happening with Block 2 and seeing that carried through. And again, if you build it, they will come. I think there's some support for that.
Any update on Block 3 at this point, or no?
Block 3, the village's, from a land use, the village's goals are to have that to be transitional residential, and which probably would be some sort of multifamily attached housing, a condo plan, not unlike what's been shown before. I think it's always been a scale issue, right? What's the right size? The short answer is there are no plans in front of us. Is there a conversation, like, could there be a 2-story Block 3 project? Maybe, but nothing's been shown. So I think that's still being kicked around. Could something be done? Can it pencil out? If it does, it will be, an expensive product. But it will be, again, it seems, it's possible. Don't know. That's a rather, vague answer, sorry. But there's no plan, I don't have any plans. Yeah, it's not, the short answer is nothing's in front of Village Hall.
So are there any other questions? Are we good? Can we move on? I feel like we've got everyone's opinions on this, which will be good. We can take them back to the board. Any last minute thoughts, comments, anyone?
I don't know if there's attendees that have any comments either.
Anyone?
Yep.
I think it'd be a great idea to solicit support from the public for some of the amenities within the plan. I think there's an opportunity to have a family make a donation for a seating area or whatever. I think Lake Forest, one thing Lake Forest I think does a phenomenal job that we have not done as well is getting private donors for public spaces.
It's a good idea.
Right, and I'd love to know what I would hope you would talk to the bank and to the
Yep.
restaurants on Block 1 and say, okay, what do you think? Should it be one-way, two-way? I like the idea of one-way east, that's, if you're taking consensus, that's my thought. I'd like having the fact that maybe there could be a little bit more of a gateway right there, kind of entering. And, to Jeff's point, make it easy, straight shot. Maybe that makes the parking seem more connected, so I park up by the green, but I really want to go to your place, or, and so.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mickey can talk.
Yeah,
Is it Mickey?
yeah.
Mickey, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, I did share a document with Drew, and I think he passed it along to all of you. I don't know how many of you had time to read it. I don't want to go into anything lengthy here on this issue. Tonight I thought I'd maybe just offer a comment or two on some things I've heard. And one, I know it seems very intuitive that one way is going to be safer than two, but that's not what statistics show. And it's kind of a puzzle, but it turns out that when people have to drive with caution, like say there are cars coming at you, you drive with more awareness and you're more careful. And there are some issues with one-way streets of pedestrians not thinking they've checked. There's something, I probably am not going to explain this real well, but there's a phenomenon that happens where pedestrians actually get hit more on one-way streets because of not expecting they're not looking the right way for the traffic or something like that. So anyway, what does slow traffic down is actually two-way traffic that's on narrow lanes. So that's actually what I put in my little sketch. That I think we can have it all. I think we can have the two-way traffic. We can get that nice wide sidewalk on the north side of the street. We can do everything that's, really being shown in these plans and just not get into this conundrum of how are people going to navigate around. I think that Deb's point about the gateway, that's a big concern for me. Just the idea that you have two do not enter signs there to make sure the traffic doesn't turn into what's really the entrance to your downtown, and then you're forcing them onto back streets and funny intersections as the only way to get into your downtown. Drew, I think you mentioned that I cited a few cities that have reversed their one-way streets and just found phenomenal growth in the retail traffic. It's actually, one book I have, Jeff Speck's book, Walkable City Rules, and that was published like 3 years ago, it has like 78 cities that have done this. Some are smaller. I mean, I don't think any of them are as small as Lake Bluff, but that's I guess kind of an impossibility, right? But it's just, I feel like this plan is a little bit, it's a couple decades out of date, trying to do a one-way on the street. It's not what has been proven most recently as being very essential for these businesses. If you make it one way, you cut 50% of the drive-by traffic out. It's just gone, at least 50%. So, you know, that's actually, that has a big impact. The drive-by traffic, it's free advertising. The businesses, you know, people see that there's an outdoor cafe and then they think, oh, maybe I'll stop, or, you know, hey, I'll come back this weekend. Or it's just, I mean, I think every business person in the CBD should understand that. So I think that's it. I'd love it if you haven't read my little write-up. It's only 2 pages long and it's pretty brief. But and there's a really good article from Governing Magazine that I included too. So thank you.
Thank you, Mickey.
Is there any other participants virtually that want to make comments regarding this item? Please raise your hand and we'll recognize you and give you a chance to speak. Doesn't appear to be any other comments.
Great. Moving on.
Thank you all for your
Yes,
comments and
thank
feedback.
you.
And if something else occurs to you, please drop me a line and I will try to pick it up. But good stuff. Thank you so much.
Thanks. All right, now we're down to the easy part. Moving on. Chair's report. I guess I would just ask that everyone take some time before our next meeting and look at the website, read the documents that Drew outlined in his original presentation, so that when we come back next time, we reconvene, we can talk about the SWOT analysis, we can talk at length about the environmental conditions and the economic conditions. So that would be the only thing I would ask. I'm not sure, do we have a date yet for the next meeting?
No, we'll have to get those. I'll start sending out some polls so we can
Yeah.
get a date. But January will be the next meeting.
January's the next meeting, probably end of January,
Yeah.
more than likely. So
Yep.
you have plenty of time to kind of.
Because you're going to get a lot of homework.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Drew will be
sorry
sending it all
about
to you.
yeah.
Committee members report. Does anyone have a report tonight? Anything you want to share? Nope. Nope. Okay, great. We're at adjournment. So,
Looking for a motion to adjourn?
yeah, can I get a motion to adjourn, please? Second.
So it's a voice vote.
Voice vote. All in favor?
Hi.
All right.
You are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you.